definitely not alone. You're not crazy. The system is harder to navigate than it was for our previous generations, and to pretend otherwise is gaslighting. The frustration is valid, the exhaustion is real, and yes, we do need some actual relief, not more grind harder bullcrap. Also, that there are solutions for everyone, and it's not the same. I don't think it's a good idea to completely give up, but every once in a while you have to crash out. Just make sure you're doing it in your house rather than being in a car.
I've been looking for somewhere to stay for the last past 3 months. Rent so motherfucking high you can't even afford.
Please, for fucking...
People actual advice without saying the sky is falling. I think that's a better way of doing things. I think we can discuss real economic concerns without acting like we're in the opening scene of some kind of disaster movie.
You know what we need to motherfucking do? We need to stop pushing Americans past their fucking breaking point! Hustle culture has gotten out of control, and we cannot afford to live here! Stop pushing us past our fucking limits! We just want to be able to breathe! Breathe! We need fucking relief! We work every fucking day, and the money doesn't amount to anything anymore. It's never enough. It's never enough anymore. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? When does it stop? Somebody, please, when does it stop? This is not okay, like, at all. It's honestly one of those days where I just want all this to be over. Like, I don't know if there's any saving us or not.
All right, so she is going through it. I mean, forget the doom predictions from the last video for a second. This person is experiencing what a lot of people are actually living through right now. They're not necessarily making a forecast of what's going to happen. I guess she is by saying everything is going to get worse. They're just exhausted, and the exhaustion is legitimate. I believe that hustle culture is out of control, even though I'm kind of stuck in it. But I think that many people have been sold a lie that if you're not grinding 24/7 a day, if you're not starting a side hustle, if you're not optimizing every minute of your day, then somehow you're failing. Meanwhile, rent is up, groceries cost more, wages haven't kept up pace, and people are literally working themselves into the ground just to stay afloat. That's not a conspiracy theory. That is just math and burnout colliding. So when she says the money doesn't amount to anything anymore, they're talking about the inflation outpacing the wages. When they say it's never enough, they're talking about the fact that doing everything right, working full time, budgeting, being responsible, may still leave you one emergency away from financial disaster. And that's not being dramatic. That's just being honest about how broken stuff has been going on for everyday people in America. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I have all the answers. This is the systematic stuff that goes way beyond personal finance tips. But I will say this. If you're feeling this way, you're definitely not alone. You're not crazy. The system is harder to navigate than it was for our previous generations. And to pretend otherwise is gaslighting. The frustration is valid. The exhaustion is real. And yes, we do need some actual relief, not more grind harder bullcrap. Also, that there are solutions for everyone, and it's not the same. I don't think it's a good idea to completely give up, but every once in a while you have to crash out. Just make sure you're doing it in your house rather than being in a car.
I've been looking for somewhere to stay for the last past 3 months. Rent so motherfucking high you can't even afford to live by your motherfucking self. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. The job I work ain't paying a goddamn thing. What the fuck y'all work at? If y'all living by yourself, can y'all please tell me how the fuck y'all making ends meet? How are y'all paying car note, life insurance, car insurance, rent, and buying motherfucking food and utilities? Can somebody please come up under here and help me? Maybe I'm looking in the wrong motherfucking place, because ain't no way one person doing all this motherfucking shit. It ain't no motherfucking way. I've been confused for the last past 3 motherfucking months. It ain't no way one person doing all this motherfucking shit. What the fuck do I need to do?
Okay, so I guess I should let you guys know there's gonna be some cursing in these TikToks because the frustration is real. I mean, Homegirl didn't even open her eyes for almost 2/3 of the video. She is going through it. People can't afford to live alone. And for me, I guess I'm blessed. I live with someone, my wife, so I don't have to worry about paying the bills by myself. I mean, if I had to be honest, can I do this by myself? I probably would definitely get a smaller apartment. I mean, I'm in a 3-bedroom. I would definitely get a 2-bedroom if, let's say, for instance, she leaves. I could probably do it well enough now. But that was not the case a couple of years ago. And I think for many people, you need a roommate. That's what New York City living is all about. This person just laid out the entire housing crisis in 2 minutes of pure frustration. I mean, she's been looking for a place to stay for 3 months and can't find anything affordable. That's the market failure right now, especially you live in New York City. So when a full-time job can't cover rent, utilities, car insurance, health insurance, and groceries for one person living alone, the system is broken. So this frustration is completely justified. They're looking around and saying, how is anyone else doing this by themselves? But here's the thing. A lot of people aren't. People are living with roommates well into their 30s and 40s. People are moving back in with family. People are working 2 jobs. People are just struggling in silence while Instagram shows everyone else living their best life. Rent alone is eating probably, 40 to 50% of people's incomes in most cities. You add the car payment, the insurance, the utilities, groceries that cost double what they did just 3 years ago. You're looking at a situation where one person working full-time cannot afford the basic existence. That's not an exaggeration. That is a reality for millions of people. So when she's asking, what do I need to do? That's a real question, because she's probably out there doing everything she possibly can. She's working. Maybe she has a budget. Maybe she is looking for affordable housing, but it's still not enough. And this is a problem that's been going on for decades, where the wages are not keeping up with the cost of living. The frustration is real and the struggle is real, and people are trying to find the answers. And in this situation, in our society, it's hard to find the solution to how the hell do we get out of this?
If no one's gonna say it, I will. I am so tired of the older generation saying that the younger generation never wants to work. No, we just don't want to work 40 to 60 hours a week just to afford the fucking basics. And you want to know what's so crazy is that 40 to 50 hours a week in today's generation actually barely covers the basics, meaning rent, mortgage, utilities, food, gas, just everyday expenses. And motherfuckers want to say that we don't want to work. Like, the shit barely covers that. Like, how are we supposed to live our lives if we can't even, if majority of people my age can't even fucking simply afford the basics? Make that make sense, bro.
So yes, this is definitely a conversation we all need to have, because it is a generational divide. When older generations were working 40 hours a week and they can actually cover the basics and they had room for savings, vacations, even buying a house, that's not the case anymore. And pretending young people are just being lazy is ignoring basic economic reality. So I'm a millennial. I'll be 42 this year. And I feel like millennials were the first ones to get hit with this nonsense. I mean, I think the generation before, you were able to buy a home. If you actually just did the basics of budgeting and not be a complete buffoon, you were able to buy a home. But millennials, when we came into the spot, and especially if you live in New York City, I would say as a millennial, if you didn't goof off a lot in your 20s, in your 30s, you may have been able to get a house. But if you goofed off and you didn't take things seriously, you're kind of stuck. And I'm talking about myself in this. But let's talk about what's really actually happening here. The minimum wage back in 1980, adjusted for inflation, had way more purchasing power than it does today. A single income could support a family back in the day. Remember all those sitcoms where the wife was just a housemaker? And yes, I know it was a fake show, but it was possible that some people were able to work a single job, afford a house, a car, and able to take their kids to college. College didn't cost 6 figures back in the day. You could work a summer job and actually pay for a semester of school. Back then, getting a house cost about 2 to 3 times the average salary, not 8 to 10 times. Those are just facts, not opinions. So when he says 40 to 50 hours barely covers the basics, yes, they're probably right. Rent alone eats up a massive chunk of your income. And then you add in student loans that don't exist at this scale before. Healthcare costs have skyrocketed as well, and everyday expenses have outpaced the wage growth. So yeah, you're working just as hard for way less actual financial security. So the frustration is how we're supposed to live our lives. It hits different when you realize they're not asking for luxury. They're asking for how to afford rent, food, gas, while working full time. That should not be a radical question in a very wealthy country. This isn't about work ethic. I think young people are working. They're hustling. They're grinding. Many people have 2 jobs. I have 2 jobs. The difference is the return on investment on that work is trash compared to how the previous generations got there. So instead of calling people lazy, we need to acknowledge that the economy is just structurally different and harder to navigate now than it was 4 decades ago.
I know I'm getting old because the rent is too high, and making minimum wage in New York in 2026 is absolutely disrespectful. Imagine working an 8 to 10 hour shift every day, then getting off and not being able to afford to have somewhere to comfortably rest your head at. It's really people working 60-hour weeks and going home to a roommate. Like, you can't even stay with your ex just to pay bills anymore. Now you gotta invite the person they cheated with to move in too. I was looking at apartments like 2 years ago. They wanted 3 bands for a box with your toilet in the kitchen. Bro, they swear because they put down them gray tiles and put a stainless steel fridge in the kitchen that you supposed to pay an extra $1,500. It's not even cheaper to live in Jersey no more. And you know that was a New Yorker first escape because you could get back to the city in like 30 minutes on a train. My friend told me she found a studio for $13.50, and I swore she was lying till I figured out that it was mad deep in Queens and she had to take like 3 buses to even get to a train station. And that's really your only choice right now, to have 6 hours of travel time for affordable rent or pay 5 bands to be 5 minutes from the train station. Then you get to the train station and gotta pay $3 to sit next to a man with no pants on. We're not even gonna get started on the grocery prices.
I'm not even gonna lie, every single word of this is painfully accurate. A lot of these apartments are extremely expensive, and because the supply is very low. And that's why I probably need to make an entire new video just talking about rent prices and how rent control doesn't work. But again, that's not the point of this video. $3,000 for a box with a toilet in the kitchen, that's not a joke. That's actually what is really happening. And some of these apartments are not even really good looking. So many people renting out these apartments have the audacity to think that yes, putting some nice tiles or actually buying a fridge justifies adding more money to the rent. I mean, you're doing the bare minimum to make the place livable, and now you want luxury pricing. It's crazy. But that's what's going on. People are working a lot, having multiple jobs just to have a roommate. Just to have a roommate. Most of these 1-bedroom apartments, especially the newly renovated buildings you see in New York City, especially here in Brooklyn, a 1-bedroom, they want $3,000. Now, they're going to call it luxury because they're going to have some guy at the front desk all day. They may have a little gym in there. They may even offer parking, but you probably have to pay extra for parking. But when you walk into the apartments, and I know this because I walk dogs, so I'm always in other people's apartments, it's like a hotel room. It looks like your average hotel room, just a little bigger. You are in a sardine can. That's why the mayor, Madame, was elected. People were tired of it, and unfortunately, they elected a guy they think they could fix this, and most likely he's going to make it worse because, again, in my opinion, trying to get the government to regulate everything does not work. This is the reason why New York City is one of the most expensive places to live. And the only way to fix the rent problem is to build more apartments. Give the people who have the ability to build, and don't try to regulate everything. The more apartments are available, the more supply there is, and the more people can really pick and choose where to go. Those landlords are going to have to lower the rents because the supply is there. But at the current structure this is, and the plans I see what's going on in New York City, that is not going to happen. Rents will continue to be very expensive.
I used to think I was going to be a doctor, and now I'm living in my car with my cats. It's crazy how your circumstances really impact your life. If I hadn't grown up in poverty, if I felt like I had a family that supported me, would my life be different right now? Would I be a doctor? But I know that if I had put in all of the work to study for the MCAT, if I'd paid thousands of dollars to get into medical school and I actually made it, I would just end up stressed about money and starving and unable to focus on school. A few years ago, I was waitlisted into a PhD program in biomedical engineering at Vanderbilt University. But I didn't reapply because I liked the job that I had and I thought it was going to be a career. I was working in cancer research in honor of my Aunt Maggie, who died of leukemia because she couldn't afford to go to the hospital until it was too late. That job really fulfilled me and I wanted it to be my career. I thought I was going to stay in that field for the rest of my life. But then an evil rich lady came along and took that career away from me, and now I know that I'll probably never find another job in that field again. I have no idea where to go from here. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what kind of job to try and find. All I do know is that I haven't lived in years. I've just been fighting to survive, and I'm tired of it. I want to enjoy life again, but I don't know how to get there.
It shows how poverty creates a lot of barriers that even talent and hard work doesn't always overcome. But I still believe that if you really want something, you have to fight to the death to get it. So let's talk about what she's going through. She was waitlisted for a PhD program. She was working in cancer research. She had everything going on, but the financial reality of being stressed about money, starving, unable to focus, kept them from pursuing medical school. It's a system where you need money to get this education, and it locks out out potential talented people who can't afford to be broke for 8 years plus of education. Doing things that are meaningful for you. But I still believe that if you have the talent and the work ethic and the sacrifice to do this, like she said, she was honoring her aunt that died because she couldn't afford health care. That's purpose-driven work, and you have to find a way to fight to hold on to it. But now she's living in a car with cats, making videos on TikTok. Where's the purpose there? There is no more purpose. I mean, yes, if you haven't grown up in poverty, that may be a different situation. But if you're trying to get somewhere, you cannot let your circumstances define where you want to go in life. There are many people out there who didn't have the family support or any financial cushion and was able to still achieve amazing things. It happens. You may call it outliers, but to say that it's impossible, no. It is possible. Like she said, she hasn't lived in years. She's been just fighting to survive. And yeah, a lot of us are at that point. But if you have the potential, the actual skills, you need to find a way not to drown. If you want to work in the biomedical research field, you want to contribute to society, you got to fight. You have to figure out how to get there. No one's going to save you. You're only going to have to save yourself.
One of the ways that the system can keep people down is by making everything so expensive that nobody can afford anything. Let's look at what happened at the CVS today. Oh, and by the way, all I bought was a bag of popcorn and a lip balm, and that was $7. So here I am at CVS, and $9 for a box of Cheerios. Really? Like, are you fucking kidding me? That is insane. But then, like, if we come right over here, like, the regular Cheerios are now $2. So, what? I don't get it. $4. $4 for 1.5 ounces, 3 pieces of chocolate. That's $1 a piece for chocolate. $18 for deodorant. $10 for deodorant. If the economy keeps up like this, there's going to be a lot of people who are probably going to be smelly. Hey, need some new underwear? I mean, it's only $16 for 5 pairs. What about socks? 3 pairs for basically $9, so $3 a pair.
You see, that's why I don't even shop at a CVS. To be honest, I mean, $9 for Cheerios, like, gross. I mean, I don't like Cheerios. I mean, you might as well get the regular ass Cheerios that cost $2. I'm more of a Honey Bunches of Oats guy, or Frosted Flakes. I mean, all the really disgusting, unhealthy cereals, I love those. And the reason why Amazon dominates, and that's why Jeff Bezos is a trillionaire, is because all those items are way cheaper to buy. Now, you're not going to get them because you have to wait for them to be shipped, but a lot of things are much cheaper. And the reason why a lot of these products are expensive because you have to pay so many people to get it to the store. When you go to the grocery store, you see these numbers and people are just pissed off because everything's, again, inflation. Inflation's been starting for a while now. It didn't just started a couple months ago or a year ago. So you see these items, they're not even luxury items, right? Deodorant, underwear, socks, chocolate, lip balm, basic stuff, $18 for deodorant. Now we're at a place that people are going to choose between being smelly at work or eating. I mean, when you're in a tight budget, you're going to have to figure some stuff out. But I think there's a reason why those items are so expensive. These items aren't investments. There are necessities. And when necessities are priced like semi-luxuries, you're creating a situation where people literally can't afford to maintain basic hygiene and clothing. $7 on popcorn and lip balm, I probably wouldn't even have bought it. I probably would have just left it at the store, what it should.
Young people don't have any money. So I work full-time in restaurants and bars. I'm a musician and I play in Florida, and I see firsthand the crowds that go to these places. And I can tell you, over the course of the past 5 or so years, the demographic has shifted entirely from all people of all ages to only people like 55 and up. So much so, I have had to change my set list to all old music, which is fine. There's a lot of good old music, but I used to play stuff like John Mayer, Coldplay, stuff you'd hear on like contemporary top 40 radio. That is all considered too new. If I play a Jack Johnson Banana Pancake song, that is too new for everybody. They won't know it. Doesn't matter if I play on the beach, doesn't matter if I play downtown, doesn't matter if I play in a suburban bar somewhere. It is all the same age. And I think the reason for this, nobody younger than that has any money to go out to these restaurants. Nobody has the expendable income to be buying a beer at a bar or getting a hamburger at a restaurant. As someone who's been doing this for about 15 years now, I've played over 3,000 gigs, okay? I have sang Wonderwall over that many times, so I have been around the block, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that it really is only 55 and up is the age that goes out to restaurants. The only young people I see are the people working behind the bar. We are seeing the wealth disparity in real time between the generational gap. But like, what's gonna happen? Are like the 55 and up crowd the only people that are upholding restaurants and keeping them in business? Like, what happens after? You know, like, no one can afford after these people aren't going anymore. Like, what happens to restaurants?
So I must be old because I don't, a Jack Johnson Banana what? Like, I don't know that song. I mean, you play some Coldplay. I must be old because, yeah, if you play some Coldplay, I'm down with that. But also, I just realized what he said. He's in Florida. Isn't it an obligation for every American after 55 and up to go and retire to Florida? I thought that was happening. But seriously, younger people aren't going out as much as they used to. I think they stopped drinking as much. And a lot of that is because of, I think, the pandemic. I think a lot of people realize how nice their house is or where they stay, where you have all the entertainment in the world. You have the internet. You have the big screen TVs. You can just go to a store and buy beers. You can have a house party. You can have your friends. You don't need to go and buy a beer for $12. I mean, going to arena, the Barclays Arena, and spending $16 on a can of beer. Like, why do that? You might as well just go watch the game at your house. Young people aren't enjoying the restaurants how they used to because they got to work and be the ones serving the people who can't afford to be at the restaurant. So I do believe there is some issues there. In my personal experience going out in New York City, at least once a week, once every 2 weeks, I still see younger people going out. I still see them going to concerts. I still see them going to restaurants, but that could just be a New York City thing. But he's out in Florida. I believe that the people who are retiring have a little bit more income and they're probably going out compared to young people who are just not drinking as much. They're not going out as much because they can't afford it.
This shit. It's $80. This is all I got so far. $80 fucking dollars. How is somebody supposed to survive this bullshit? $80 fucking dollars. I don't even have my cart filled up. How are you supposed to survive like this? I'm finished, and this is how much I'm at. $217. This is all I got. Look at this bullshit. I come to the conclusion, America, I can't afford to live here. I don't give a fuck how much money me and my wife make. The cost of living is outrageous, and I'm fucking tired of giving everybody all my money. We went to the grocery store today, and when I tell you I didn't get anything from my hard-earned money, they are taking advantage of us. When are we going to be tired? Fuck this system. This can't be America. Is this America? Land of the free? Because I feel like everything is being done purposefully to the point where they're trying to invoke a very volatile reaction from us. I don't know about y'all, but just with the shit with ICE and it's like y'all trying to make a motherfucker snap and say, fuck it. Then what y'all gonna do? I can't afford to live here, man. I'll be 49 in 3 weeks. I don't give a fuck how much money I make. I don't want to keep giving and giving, and they're taking and taking. They tax you for federal, state, liquor, property tax, they always got they motherfucking hand in my pocket. I'm tired, man. My shit is boring, Joe. Anyway, y'all stay safe. I ain't watching 6. I can't afford to live here no more. I don't give a fuck how much money I make. I'm sick of this shit. You sick of it? Fucking tired.
He's feeling it. I definitely feel his pain. Usually, when it's time to go to the grocery store, in my mind, I already know I'm gonna spend over $200. If you're looking for a decent cart full of things that you need, your family needs, you're gonna throw out at least $200. This is crazy. I mean, this guy, him and his wife working, and he's saying like, I'm considering leaving America because I can't afford to live here anymore. This is not a broke 20-year-old figuring life out that, I don't know what's going on. That's someone who has been in the workforce for probably decades and saying like, this system is unsustainable. You look at what's going on with all the taxes you have to pay. Then you gotta pay for your utilities. Then you gotta fork over $200 for groceries. that doesn't even fill a cart. That return on investment on a tax-paying, hardworking citizens is completely broken when you can't afford the basic necessities without feeling robbed. This one was a very heavy set of videos. It's a lot going on. People, predicting the worst that's going to happen in the future. People who are living in their cars, to people spending over $200 on groceries. These are real people expressing real frustrations about a system that is just not working right now. We have a generational gap issue. We have an inflation issue. We have issues with at least concerns or at least criticism to how the economic policy has been going nationally. The common thread through all this is very simple. Working people are exhausted. The math is not working anymore for us. Full-time employment doesn't guarantee stability, and an entire generation is being priced out of participation in that economy. So what do we do about it? I don't have all the answers, obviously, but I don't think fear-mongering is going to be the solution. Either is pretending that everything is fine. We need to continue to have honest conversations about wages, housing costs, healthcare, and the fact that the social contract between work and stability has been completely shattered right now. But let me know what you guys think about this in the comments below. Thank you for taking time to watch this video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. You gotta make a move.
Companies are folding up quicker than a damn fake $2 bill. People are losing their jobs quicker than you can run out of hot water and a good shower. And this shit is just really, really annoying. So, if anybody knows who's hiring, looking for a good HR person, hey, I'm out here again. Look me up on LinkedIn. I'm on there. I'm everywhere. Problem is, every damn body in the same boat I'm in. Oh, everybody in the same damn boat I'm in. What we gonna do?
I feel like there's another industry that people cut out first is HR. But she's exhausted. A lot of people are exhausted. It's like burnout mixed with anger. And the way she's talking, this is not a one-time bad break. This is a pattern. And when she says the economy is just irritating her, that's the polite version of what a lot of people are feeling right now. Her metaphor is absolutely perfect. Companies are folding faster than a fake $2 bill. That's not exaggeration. We've watched startups vanish overnight, mid-sized companies quietly shut down their doors, and big companies restructure every quarter like it's a hobby. Then comes the part that really explains why she feels hopeless. She's on LinkedIn. Everyone is on LinkedIn. Everyone is putting out applications. There's tons of people looking for a job, looking for the same positions. That's why everyone is in the same boat. It's the key difference between now and past recessions. Normally, when you get laid off, there's at least somewhere to jump to, another company, another team, another industry that's hiring. Right now, everyone is looking at the same time for fewer jobs. That creates a silent competition where no one feels safe anymore. No one feels special. Being qualified doesn't separate you. Being motivated separates you. It just means that you're just one of 1,000 resumes. So when she says, I don't know what to do, that's the real situation. That's the real emotion. There's no timeline, there's no roadmap, there's no clarity. Not knowing is worse than bad news. That's why these videos keep popping up. People aren't just unemployed, they're untethered. They don't know what to do. They don't have a plan.
Things your CEO won't tell you that I will as an active CEO. Reductions in force and layoffs are the result of poor management. That's just the way it goes. If you don't know how to manage a company, then you end up having to do layoffs. You either hired too fast, you didn't grow revenue the way you did, you didn't prepare for the potential of big macroeconomic impacts like setting aside cash reserves. Anything that has to do with a reduction in force, a RIF, a layoff, letting people go, restructuring, is coming from a place of poor management of the company. And so a fish rots from the head down, and those changes need to be made all the way at the top, not all the way at the bottom. Unfortunately, a lot of your CEOs become callous, sort of subservient to a board of directors who tells them what to do, or a shareholder, and they are only concerned with the bottom line and the numbers. And I'm also concerned with the bottom line and numbers. I lead a very small company, but we are going to manage it well. We're going to have 7 months of operating cash reserve. We're going to manage our cash flow. We're going to hire slowly so that we can hire people and not ever have to lay anyone off. Your CEO is probably not going to come on TikTok and tell you that. Now, I'm not saying I can predict the future or what's going to happen in the economy. I don't know what's going to happen with my company. God willing, I'll never have to lay anybody off in my small business. The point is, if you manage well, you're going to significantly reduce the potential that that's going to.
He has some great points. I think the big CEOs, the ones that are managing billions of dollars, I don't know if it's necessarily mismanagement more than they will hire when they need to, and they will fire if they need to. They will take in more than they need to make sure things get done and quickly fire you or lay you off if necessary. But I understand what he's saying. He's an active CEO, regardless of how big the company is. He's a CEO. Whether you agree with his tone or not, what he is saying is important. And he is saying that flat out, layoffs and reductions in force usually comes down to poor management, not necessarily bad workers, not lazy employees, management. Whether the company is posting record profits or not, they're going to lay off when they feel like it. It's always about the bottom line. But he is saying that companies who hire too fast, they're not growing revenue responsibly, they're not planning for the downturns in the economy, and they're not keeping any cash reserves. That part does matter because it pushes back against the lie that a lot of companies tell after layoffs. I'm sure you guys know that script. These were tough but necessary decisions. Probably a lot of times, these decisions were avoidable months or probably years earlier. And the idea that the fish rots from the head down, I do believe that does ring true. When companies mess up at the top, the consequences don't hit the boardroom first. They hit regular people, regular workers, people with rent, people with kids, people with no backup plan. And the way he is speaking, he is doing things a little different because you care about numbers, but you also care about people. He's not being anti-profit. He's saying profit without planning is reckless. He doesn't want to lay off anyone. He has 7 months of cash reserves. He's hiring slowly. He's managing cash flow like survival depends on it, which is old school thinking. But it's almost radical now because so many companies chase growth at all times. If you look at Amazon, you look at a lot of these gig apps, DoorDash, Uber. It's fast hiring, big promises, cheap money. Everything gets subsidized by the shareholders, but then reality starts to show up. When layoffs happen, employees almost always get blamed indirectly, but the people who cause the instability rarely face the same consequences. That's why workers feel betrayed. It's not just a job loss, it's knowing that this mess wasn't theirs to begin with.
I got laid off this morning because the Trump administration cut off all federal funding for childcare. I worked in a behavior treatment and reduction autism center. They had to close one of our branches today and laid off all employees because this administration is awful. Awful. And if you support it, I seriously hope that you reap all the benefits of this horrible man that's running our country. I hope that you get to feel the way I feel, being laid off and losing your job on a Monday morning at 9 a.m. and you don't get to say goodbye to the kids you worked with for 14 months straight. You don't get to say goodbye to your coworkers. You're just done. You have nothing lined up, no jobs, nothing.
So this clip is really raw. There's no filter. She has no processing time. She was laid off the same morning. She says the reason is because the federal funding for child care getting cut, which led to her autism treatment center closing. I guess one of the branches closing and laying off everyone. Whether you agree with her politics or not, the human part of this is undeniable. She didn't just lose a job. She lost the kids that she worked for over a year. She lost her coworkers. She lost closure. And that detail matters. Being laid off at 9 a.m. on a Monday with no goodbyes, no transition, nothing lined up, that's not just unemployment, that's emotional shock. This clip also shows what we're all seeing more and more in 2026 already. Policy decisions turn into instant layoffs, not slowly, not over months, immediately. One decision, one budget change, and an entire workplace disappears. I'm not exactly sure what the situation here, but I know that the Trump administration, they're trying to find ways to cut back, but they're also trying to find ways to make sure that there's little to no fraud happening. So you see what's going on in Minnesota, and I won't get too much into that. You can check out my main channel if you're interested in that type of thing. But what's happening now, a lot of federal dollars are being scrutinized, and they're not willing just to give it to the states willy-nilly without showing proof that this actually is necessary. Now, obviously, autism treatments are necessary, but there's a lot of fraud happening and people are finding ways to get paid for services that they didn't do. And she wants to direct her anger towards administration. She has the right to. I think it's understandable in the moment when something happens this fast, people look for a cause. And government policy is an easy and sometimes actually a valid target. But this is how it is if you work for the government. People at the ground level almost never have insulation from political or budget swings, nonprofits, childcare, healthcare, education. These jobs are deeply tied to funding streams. So when those streams dry up, the workers pay first. And the emotional response here tells you how unprepared most people are in this kind of sudden loss of a job. No savings, no backup job, no safety net. This isn't about left and right. It's about how fragile everything is. When your entire career can vanish overnight due to decisions made far away, people are going to feel angry, scared, and betrayed. And we're seeing more of that every single week.
Never in a million years could you have paid me to tell me that 2026 was going to start off with me getting laid off yesterday. Laid off. I am unemployed as of right now, and I am in shock. I am in shock. I went for a run last night. I'm crying like a baby. But now we back and we better. But obviously, you know, we're going to have to pivot from the fashion content because obviously it don't make sense to be buying clothes in this situation. So now it's just more, I'm going to give y'all life. So I'm going to take y'all on this whole journey from day one as of today until when I land back on my feet. I don't know exactly what that looks like. Maybe back on my feet is full-time content creator. Maybe back on my feet is a new 9 to 5. But either way, it's going to work out for me because God, and I have faith and I believe that that's the only option for me. So I appreciate y'all that been here so far. Obviously, this is a crazy time for me, but we're going to get through it.
So you see right here, hopefully everything works out for him, but you can tell he's still in shock. No one thinks when they start the year off that they're going to get laid off. But that's important. Most people aren't walking around expecting collapse. They may be planning, they may be budgeting, thinking the worst is usually behind them. But then reality hits. So he's unemployed right now. You can still hear it in his voice, the disbelief, you know, a little bit of the shaking confidence, but going for a run, hey, listen, that's great. Always exercise, always a good thing, but you're still in an emotional state right now. People underestimate how physical this kind of stress can be. Your body doesn't know what to do with it, but, you know, you come with the pivot. He's talking about, you know, can't buy clothes anymore because, you know, you probably have a fixed income. Talking about survival, no more luxury. This is someone realizing that their entire lifestyle just changed overnight, which is understandable. Then you can see, hey, you know what? Since he's already on TikTok, he can use his content to try to figure out what to do or bring people on the journey. That's pretty cool. At least gets the mind moving and keeps the mind working. It gets you to think about some other things. Also, you maybe, I don't know if this person's monetized or not, but it's always a good thing to have something going on rather than sitting home, being depressed. You gotta have a balance between looking for jobs and doing other things. There's hope here, but there's also uncertainty. Faith is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and that's not a knock because when systems fail people, faith becomes the last anchor. So people are being forced to figure it out in public because there is no clear path anymore. There is no guaranteed next step, no obvious rebound job waiting. So it shows how layoffs aren't just economic events. They're identity shocks. One day you're a professional with plans, the next you're rebuilding everything from scratch, trying to stay positive while your ground is still shaking. That's why a lot of these videos resonate. It's not just being dramatic, they're being honest.
I don't know if you guys are paying attention, but something is happening with our workforce.
Well, I'm over here posting about layoffs and worrying about other people being laid off. I didn't even know that I had a layoff coming. And a few weeks ago, I had this dream that I got fired, and I know that my dreams hold weight, so I was just anticipating and wondering when I was going to get fired, what I was going to get fired for. Every time they do layoffs, they put a meeting on your schedule. And basically, if you get a meeting, you pretty much know that you're going to get laid off, right? So it is December 5th. I get off at 5 o'clock. At 4:59 p.m.,
Damn.
I get a meeting invite. I basically already know. I basically already know because I've been with this company 9 years and I've never received a meeting before. Obviously, never been laid off. And so when I got this meeting, I knew that I was getting ready to get laid off. The next morning, I think the meeting was at 9 o'clock. The next morning, I pretty much anticipated it the whole morning. I didn't sleep well. I was sick. I did want to find a new job anyway. I wanted to do something new anyway, but I wanted to do it on my own time and on my own terms and not with being laid off. So go to the meeting. My manager is in there and HR is in there. And my boss says, Your position has been eliminated, sweetie. After 9 years, we don't give a freak about your contributions to this company and the money that you've saved and the ideas and the new innovations that you've given this company. We're going to go ahead and lay you off. But no, we're not going to lay you off immediately. We're going to make you work a whole another month, 2 months, and help with the transition of the company when you know you're about to be not having a job. Talking about torture, that was some torture stuff.
Homegirl said that she had a dream before she got fired. I mean, that may sound dramatic for some people, but, honestly, a lot of people in 2026, we are right now, they're living in a constant low-grade anxiety. When layoffs become routine, your body picks up on the signals before HR ever sends that email. Then she explains the real giveaway, that calendar invite. We talked about this in the last video. Anyone who's worked in corporate know this move. Random meeting, manager plus the HR, no context, late in the day, suddenly your stomach drops. She's been with the company 9 years and never received a meeting like this before, so she already knew. No sleep, sick, anxious, waiting. And this is an important part. Layoffs aren't just a moment. It's a process, a psychological stress. The anticipation always seems to be worse than the actual news of being fired. Then comes the meeting, your job has been eliminated. The classic line, it's not you, it's just your job. As if that makes anything easier. And then what really stands out is what happened next. They don't even let her go right away. They want to make her stay another month or two to help with the transition, knowing that you've been laid off, but expected to show up and help the company move on without you. That is brutal. She calls it torture, and she is not wrong. It is crazy. The takeaway here is clear. Layoffs are not sudden anymore. They're felt in advance. People are living on the edge, reading tea leaves, decoding calendar invites, and bracing for impact. That's not a healthy workforce. That's a traumatized one.
I just got a rejection after a really good final interview, and I think I might be done applying for jobs now. I just can't believe I even let myself be excited about this opportunity. It is just so hard to be excited and be hopeful for a job opportunity. Just to keep on getting rejected over and over and over and over again. I literally don't think I can do this anymore. Honestly, the last thing I want to hear is people telling me there's something better for me out there. Because how long is it gonna take?
So obviously this clip isn't about getting laid off. What happens after? She made it to the final interview. That's supposed to be the hopeful part. That's where people get to exhale a little bit. They start to imagine being stable again, paying bills, sleeping normally, getting their life back on track. But then you get hit with rejection. So you hear the moment where she breaks when she says she regrets letting herself get excited. That's not entitlement. That's survival instinct kicking in. When your hope keeps getting punished, your brain starts to learn to shut it off. And this is what people started to understand about the current job market. It's not just competitive, it's emotionally brutal. You're told to network, you're told to tailor your resume, you're told to stay positive. And if you keep doing everything, you feel you're doing everything right, just to hear we went with another candidate over and over and over again, it really bothers you. She says, I don't think I can do this anymore. She is getting burnt out from the rejection cycles with no end in sight. She doesn't want to hear something better is coming. That's important. I think those phrases are comforting when there is a timeline, when there's some momentum. Right now, there isn't. How long this is going to take is the real question. Will it take weeks, months, years? Nobody can honestly answer that right now, especially in 2026. That uncertainty is breaking a lot of people down. It's showing the damage of these layoffs, not just losing your income, but losing the ability to feel hopeful without being in fear. Hopefully for her, she goes through the motion, she's crashing out a little bit, but she gets back up and keeps applying. There is no one going to save you but you.
Unemployment is up and layoffs are back. Absolutely nothing is funny anymore. I was reading the New York Times last week and saw that unemployment is at 4.6%. That's the highest it's been in 4 years. And more companies are doing layoffs. One of my friends at Meta even texted me that they're doing layoffs again today. So if you're looking for a job, there are two things to keep in mind. Number one, January is historically known as the hiring surge month. For a lot of companies, it's the start of their fiscal year. So new budgets, new headcount, new teams, and that's good for you. But only if you're prepared. Number two, April is also a good month for jobs because many companies are paying off bonuses in March and April. And a lot of employees are saying, give me my money, and they're out.
So unemployment is up and layoffs are back. When the big, profitable, really famous companies are cutting, it sends a signal to basically everyone else. This isn't just about struggling businesses anymore. This is about risk control and protecting the profits. So she pivots to some advice. She's saying that January is the hiring surge. Well, I don't know, like with new budgets and new headcount and new fiscal year. I mean, you could say it's technically true. Maybe that's the history. But think about it. A lot of people are trying to find jobs, can't find them. So she tries to sneak that qualifier by saying only if you are prepared. But what does that even mean? I don't know what that means. I mean, a surge is not going to help when there's thousands of people chasing the same openings with identical resumes. And then she talks about April with the bonus season, people are quitting after they get paid. Again, that's still competitive because if the job market sucks, I don't think people are going to be quitting as much because you're going to be competing with unemployed still looking for a job back in January, competing with people who already have jobs and leverage. It seems like the workforce is being forced to think like traders from the stock market. You got to look at the calendar, you got to watch the market, you got to time your move because stability is not guaranteed anymore, even when you do everything right.
It's like clockwork every single month. Layoffs. Layoffs are happening. 5%, 10% of the company. Every time I open up LinkedIn, I see a new company doing it. I'm going to hold your hand when I say this to you. It does not matter how amazing of an employee you are or how much your manager likes you. Nobody cares if you live or die at these major tech companies. If you are part of a smaller startup or more of a mid-sized company, I know that it's different. I have a lot of friends that don't work in these huge corporations. But if you are in these massive, massive corporate jobs, a lot of my followers I know are tech workers or finance workers. They don't care. I have friends that have only gotten high ratings, promotions, and they still got laid off. I'm just gonna kind of tell you things that I think you should be doing that I'm sure you see that I've been doing for the past few years now. I've just never seen my future to be fully in tech. I've said this a lot on my page. Tech has always been an injection point for me to learn a lot, work from the best, pay off my student loans, get in a good place eventually, and also propel my other career, which is making content. I make a lot of content about tech, how to break into tech. I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't work in tech for so many years now. Obviously no secret. And I'm not saying that you need to quit your 9-to-5 to become a content creator. No. Start making another option for yourself. It could be just learning a new hobby, picking up a new skill, maybe learning to day trade, maybe learning another activity on the side. It doesn't have to be too crazy. Nothing has to start with this whole vision in mind. My biggest motto in life is just start now, perfect it later. And that's how I've always gotten things done. On top of you figuring out what you want, kind of your option B to be, whether or not you're exploring that, you should not be killing yourself over your job. Like, I'm sorry, you should not be. Not be clocking in on the weekends, going overdrive, going insane, having this emotional intensity every day after work because of your job, having this anxiety because it's nothing you can control. Like, you can't control anything.
She is blunt, and honestly, this is probably one of the most important videos you can watch here because she's saying that they don't care about you. These layoffs are happening like clockwork. Every month, 5%, 10%. Open LinkedIn, there is new layoff announcements. This repetition matters. Layoffs aren't emergencies anymore. It's routine. Then she says what you need to know. It doesn't matter how good you are or how much your manager likes you. It doesn't matter, especially in big tech and finance. Performance reviews, promotions, glowing feedback. None of that protects you when the spreadsheet says cut headcount. Companies don't hire people anymore. They delete positions. And she's clear about the differences. Smaller companies can feel more human, but a massive corporation, you're just a line item. She knows people who got top ratings and still got laid off. That destroys the myth that loyalty and effort equals safety. So what I appreciate here is that she's not trying to sell a fantasy. She's telling you, don't quit your 9-to-5 and become a content creator. Instead, she's talking about options. Learn something on the side, learn a skill, test ideas slowly, start now, perfect later. I actually really like that line there. That mindset shift is really important. Careers aren't necessarily ladders anymore. It's like a web now. There's a lot of different paths. There's some backup lines. So don't destroy yourself emotionally for a job that you can't control. Working throughout the weekends, living anxious, burning yourself out for companies that will still cut you anyway. Her takeaway is very simple and uncomfortable. Putting all your eggs in one basket is no longer rational. You gotta adapt. You have to adapt.
Good morning, TikTok. I was laid off this morning, quite literally on my way to work.
They asked me to pull over on the side of the highway, and they told me over the phone. They told me they would call me back later to discuss severance and all that because they wanted to give me a little bit to digest everything since I was quite literally driving. But, I'm currently redoing my resume, Canva. Being very angry and a little bit hopeless. It's my resume where, all the things. I've cried so much. I've angry cried on and off for like the last 2 hours since this happened at 8:30 this morning, and it's now 10:57. So I guess what better way to spend my time since I have no job effective today than make TikToks. If anyone can relate, losing their job.
This is just really effed up. She didn't get laid off at the desk or walked into the office. She got laid off on the side of the highway on her way to work. Pulled over on the phone while driving. That tells you how disposable workers have become. There wasn't even enough respect to wait until she arrived. Or maybe yet, do it where she was able to chill at home. Or do it before she left the damn house so she's not wasting her time and her gas to go over there for no reason. That's why emotions come really fast. Anger, hopelessness, crying, angry crying. All this is real. That's what shock looks like when it doesn't have enough time to settle. That's why layoffs are so destructive. It's never just the job. It's now your housing, stability, dignity, future plans. All gone before noon.
Controversial video, what's new? If you got fired or let go, that's not your sign to become a content creator, okay? It's not your sign to take content creation more seriously. There's like this trend now. Unfortunately, folks are getting laid off and they're like, this is my sign to start my side hustle. It's your sign to get another job. You know what I'm saying? It's your sign to start hitting the pavement, player. But you still need a job. And I think that a lot of people, I don't think I know, underestimate how volatile it is, the market, views, sponsorships, chasing things. Like, doing this ish took me, are you ready? 5 years. This decision that I made, leaving corporate America, leaving the normal 9 to 5, it took 5 years, y'all. The thing is, at any point, I was very fortunate enough very early on to have a lot of growth with TikTok. Probably within 6 months of starting TikTok, I could easily could have done this thing full time, right? I had the views, I had Korean skincare, hotels, whatever, all this opportunity that I just wasn't interested in. I just didn't want to entertain the idea of leaving by 9 to 5 to pursue moving back to the U.S. Low key, y'all, 1 or 2 sponsorships, the bills are paid, okay? I just was not in a place to do that. So it took me 5 years, and not out of fear or anything like that. It's just not a smart financial decision to just quit your job and go all in. You need to have a backup plan, a plan B, C, D, E, okay? Because you are not in control sometimes of your views or what companies are reaching out to you, waiting for payment. Maybe sometimes it takes 6 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So there is so much more. There is so much more to it than people think. It's not. I wish it was just as easy as sitting here and talking to the camera. Obviously, you get the little views from the money from views for TikTok from that, but behind the scenes, you are chasing folks. You asking for money. You are fighting for your life. Folks want to pay you $500, but my bill is $3,000. There's so much more to it.
So it's interesting, we have the same amount of time. I've been doing this since 2020. So I guess this is the 6th year of me doing this. And I still have my regular job, taking care of dogs, walking. I still have it. This pays more, but I always have it because you never know. So I'm not going to say don't ever pursue making videos. I think everyone should post on whatever it is, TikTok, YouTube. Everyone should post online. Now, don't expect to make a ton of money, but I think everyone should be able to upload something, whether it's your expertise, something you're passionate about, something you want to talk about. Absolutely. However, you need to still have a job. Even as you build your channel, whatever platform it is, you still need a regular job to pay the bills. Even if you do blow up necessarily, I would still keep that job. I would keep that job even if somehow you got a TikTok channel and you made more money than you ever have, making more money than the 9 to 5. I would still wait at least 6 months to a year before quitting. You need to know that you're able to do this for the long term. So a lot of people, they get viral on YouTube and they have a great month. They may have a great 2 months or 3 months. Then they quit. But then they realize, well, why did I blow up? Was it because I had systems in place to make the same kind of content? Was it just based on a topic that was really hot right now but is no longer hot? Are you able to do this year after year after year? If you can't do that, then you should not quit your job. So I do agree with him on that point. I think that you need to balance things properly. You still need a job. Absolutely. Because the trend of getting fired and then go viral crying on TikTok and then you convince yourself this is the start of your career, slow down. That mindset skips a lot of steps. Being a full-time content creator is not easy. Views change. Sponsorships may disappear. Payments get delayed. 1 month you're good, next month you're scrambling. Bills don't care if that video went viral or not. So get a job, build your side hustle or whatever slowly. You want to stack some months of stability, then maybe take a leap. But we're at the end of these clips. I guess if you line up all these clips back to back, you start to see that pattern. This isn't about just a few unlucky people or bad resumes or someone doing something wrong at the job. It's just a job market that is just unstable and people are doing what they can and they're still getting wiped out. They're getting laid off with no warning. They're getting rejected after the final interviews. This has book.
Right now, it's really bad.
Are you known around?
Trump says, be patient.
Is too damn high. The cost of living is too damn high. And I don't understand how the government thinks that is sustainable for the American citizen.
Just look at some of these McDonald's prices. Medium French fries go from $1.79 to over $4.
Is too damn high. The cost
of living is through the roof. Check out some of these videos.
Mass layoffs are getting worse. Job market collapse hits 2026, man. This one here is by Hannibal is Rising. Let's get into this, man. Dog. So definitely under Trump's administration, 1.1 million jobs lost. Crazy. White collar jobs. Jobs you got to go to school for. Get certifications. This ain't no McDonald's and stuff like that. Nah, these are jobs where people are engineers and things of that nature. Crazy work.
What a WARN notice means. So under federal law, companies must give 60 days notice before laying off 50 or more workers, cutting 1/3 of a work site, laying off 500 employees total. So these layoffs were decided before the holidays. I'm sure you've heard of some of them. According to the article that I read, more than 1.1 million layoffs happened in 2025. I actually believe there was more, but we couldn't really track that because we missed some of those numbers towards the end of last year due to the government shutdown. Unemployment claims are rising. Economists say layoffs don't always signal a collapsing economy. I disagree. Experts point to corporate restructuring, profit maximizing decisions, leadership prioritizing shareholders, uncertainty around trade, fiscal policy, and AI. One labor economist says uncertainty makes employers pull back on hiring. An HR consultant says this isn't about the economy falling apart. It's about who companies are choosing to protect. Bottom line, January layoffs are coming. They're documented, they're planned, they are already in motion. Well, guys, different year, same shit.
100%. And I do believe there is a problem in the economy. The economy is bad. Like she said, experts would like to say that layoffs doesn't mean the economy is bad. And sure, on paper, maybe, but real life doesn't run on spreadsheets. Real life runs on rent, groceries, car notes, student loans, and surprise medical bills. If 1 million people lose their jobs in a year and we're told that everything is fine, at some point people are not going to believe that. I think the job numbers are skewed is because of gig work. People who do Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, or they're doing a ride share, they're barely getting paid to do those jobs. So it's possible that they're saying that, well, if I'm doing those jobs, I'm not unemployed, but you're definitely probably underemployed. You're not making as much money. And I believe that the job numbers are skewed because so many people are doing gig work. But talk to a gig worker. Most of them are struggling. And that line that she said, it's about the companies are choosing to protect. That's it. That's the whole game. Shareholders get shielded. Workers get the emails saying they're going to get laid off. And the wild part, we're just getting into 2026, and this is not the aftermath. This is the opening credits. So if you're watching this and saying, you know what, I think I'm safe, I hope you are, but don't ignore the pattern because this is what really is going on. Layoffs aren't chaos anymore. That's the strategy. It's the different year, but it's the same mess.
Yeah, the bigger the company is that you work for, the more in danger you are because they don't care about you, man. The more numbers there are, the more you are just a number. Straight like that. You work for a Fortune 500 company, they will discard you like bad fruit from Walmart. Just like that. You're never safe with these jobs. That's why I try to insulate myself with certain things like paying up bills, having a safety net, not carrying a whole lot of consumer debt, because you just never know when you're going to need to just live on a bare bones minimum budget. Real talk. The less debt you have, the better off, especially when the money not coming in. You got to go out there and do gig work just to keep the lights on and stuff. So, you know, trim the fat and try to hold on to as much of that money as you can.
I was going to ask for PTO in March. I think I got it. It's January 5th, 2026, and I just got laid off of my corporate job at 5:05 p.m. I clocked out, and then I got laid off. And then she's like, do you want to meet in the middle so you can give me, like, our stuff and whatever? And I'm like, girl, I have nothing but time nowadays, I guess, so I'll just drop it off. I don't mind. I'm sure you're a lot busier than I am, as a matter of fact. I'll just be hunting for a job. Like, how do I apply for unemployment? Is that a thing? What job do I go do now? We all know corporate life is, like, so hard to get into right now. I fought for months to get this corporate job. I'm, like, frustrated about a million different things right now. But mostly probably the fact that I have no money anymore. What am I to do? Like, there's honestly nothing I can do about it, so I can't just sit here and be upset and sad and cry and complain like I've been doing. Like, cheer up, Buttercup. Nothing you can do. Like, there's just nothing I can do. Anyways, well, I got laid off.
So this situation is something that so many people are dealing with. It's just a level of frustration and just a level of frustration in this weird in-between state where shock hasn't fully worn off yet and you're still trying to recover. Asking about PTO in March, but meanwhile, you're getting laid off right after clocking out for the day. And the timing alone is always nasty work when it comes to being fired or being laid off. And, you know, the casualness of it all. This happens so often. So it's like, well, you know, you do want to meet in the middle to drop off your stuff. I mean, what else does she have to do? She has tons of time. That's the part companies don't care to see. The moment someone gets laid off, the entire mental state flips, and really the companies don't care. It's not their business. But the person needs to immediately jump into survival mode. How do I apply for unemployment? What job do I have now? How am I supposed to pay for anything? Because remember, we don't have enough to even save. That the amount of money that we're getting, most of us are getting in terms of salary, is not keeping up with inflation. So when you lose your job, and if you're only getting paid paycheck to paycheck, and she fought for this job. Apparently months of applying, interviews, hope, finally breaking into the corporate life, which everyone tells you is supposed to be the safe route, and then it disappears in one conversation. Now here comes the forced positivity. Cheer up. I mean, that's not really confidence right now. That's someone trying to not fall apart on camera. But this is something you can do. Be real for a second and actually do put some of that energy, that positive energy, even if it's fake, to do what you gotta do. Apply nonstop, to cut spending, ask for help, swallow pride, hustle in a job market that's already overcrowded because thousands of people are going through the exact same thing at the exact same time. This is what layoffs actually look like. It's not just the headlines or the stock prices, just regular people realizing that their bank account doesn't care about optimism. As we move forward in 2026, this story is going to become less unfortunate and more normal, and that is the real scary part.
Yeah, he's 100% right, dude. The company don't give a damn about you. You're just a number on the spreadsheet to them. But we all know that we just ain't no number families on express. We got kids, we have responsibilities, we got all things that we have to handle. And unfortunately, it seems like she's going through the first of 5 stages of grief, which is denial. Like, she don't even realize and comprehend the gravity of the situation. It sounds like she does, but man, if you really knew what was up ahead of you, you'd be panicking right now. Like, damn, I'm not gonna have money to pay my rent. I might be forced to live in my car. I might gotta go start taking showers at gyms and things of that nature, move back home with my parents, man. Once it really starts to hit you, you start to get a little depressed, anxiety, all of that kind of stuff. And I empathize with people like that because I've been there before.
Got laid off. So fun and cool and awesome. Long story short, budget cuts. This country doesn't value public health, which is the field I spent 6+ years of my life studying. I've got $100,000 in student loans. Oh my God. Once we had a pandemic, I really thought, oh, we're going to be investing in public health. People give a shit about this. Like, now's a good time for me to go to grad school. And now here I am getting laid off. All of the jobs that I've seen that are hiring pay less money than I make at a bar. So right now I am falling back on bartending, serving. Thank God I have those skills.
Soft skills.
This is so crazy.
Yeah, this feels not just like a layoff story. It feels like a betrayal story. You know, this person did exactly what society told them to do. 6+ years studying public health, grad school, student loans, I mean, all, 6 figures worth, all built on an idea that, you know, after a global pandemic, surely this country is going to finally take public health seriously, but instead, budget cuts. That's the punchline. It's not incompetence, not performance. It's just, we're done funding the thing that really keeps people alive. And I understand the situation here. I think the pandemic there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of issues that push us to where we are right now, where everything is just ridiculously expensive. A small group of people made a lot of money, and most of us didn't. And what really messes with your head is the math when it comes to these jobs. Jobs in their field now is paying less than bartending, like he said. I mean, if you really let that sink in, that's years of education, a mountain of debt, and a market saying that the best we could do is less than tips on a Friday night. I mean, it's great that she could bartend. Seriously, I mean, without that skill, it may be a full-blown free fall. I mean, back in the day, we used to really cheer for essential workers, right, when things were on fire. But it seems like once the crisis fades, so does the respect and so does the funding. We treat public health like it's a spare tire, only used for when everything has gone wrong.
I was laid off too.
Hey. The thing is this. The corporations, they overhired during the job boom of like 2020 to 2022. They thought everything was going to be good because the money was cheap. They were investing, they were expanding, you know, opening up new locations. So they hired all of these people, man. And now that the money has slowed down, or the cost of money is way more expensive, they got to let these people go because they can never bite into their own profits. No. Instead of giving up my income, I'm going to relieve you of your income. This is how the companies be, you know, this what they do. It ain't about you, it's about the shareholders.
2 months ago from my engineering job, and I am currently trying to decide if I should move to a different city. I can't tell if it is in my best interest to leave everything that I've already built for myself to start fresh. A little bit of a background about me. I am an engineer. I lost my job 2 months ago. Very unfortunate, especially now with the holidays upon us. It's been challenging to try and find opportunities. I'm lucky enough to have been interviewing and networking with important people and great companies. However, I'm still in limbo. I was born and raised in New Orleans, and that's where I currently reside as an adult. And I absolutely adore this city. It has been very good to me. I feel like I have been able to build a foundation here for myself, like in my adult years, which has been more than wonderful. I have all of my people here, most of them, and I also own a piece of property here. So I have many ties here that make it very difficult for me to have ever considered the idea of moving. I can't tell if I'm in a place where I have outgrown the city or if I'm just navigating a tough time, obviously without a job, and maybe it's the career that is missing here. But what I do know is that the industry that I'm interested in, that what I want to end up in does not exist here.
Getting late.
Say, bro, I felt her part so bad, dog. I felt it because I'm in the same boat. I'm not unemployed, obviously, but what I mean is this, man. I'm rooted in New Orleans, man. I would have been left this city. I love this city, you know. All of the memories that it has given me and all of the things that it has provided me. I love the city, but I got family here now. I have property here. Obviously, I could sell it, but I would live in a whole nother country if I could, honestly. Live like a king in another country. Shit. But I feel her pain, man. I feel her pain, dog. Engineers getting laid off. This is tough.
Either choice comes with some kind of loss. In any kind of decision. And this story does say a lot.
Unemployed as a jobless bum, and it's about to come to an end. I got a 3rd round interview. I'm about to go knock out the park. I'm looking good. I'm smelling good. I'm feeling good. We cleaner than the health department up in this bitch. I'm about to go up in here and give them a reason to give me a bag. Like, it's really that simple, bro. Interviews are super easy. They pulled my application for a reason. They called my phone for an opportunity to have a conversation about the opportunity for a reason, because I'm that guy. They invited me to a Zoom meeting after the phone call for a reason, because I'm that guy. And now they want a 3rd round of interviews because I also am that guy. And what happens if I don't get this opportunity and they don't give me an offer letter? Fuck them. Somebody else got my money. But either way, I'm where the bag's at, and we on that. I'm a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie. It took a lot for me to calm my nerves down, and I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a TikTok. Making a TikTok will make me feel better, because this is like a good way to warm up your social muscles. So yeah, man, we about to go in here and kill this. Shout out to everybody that supported and liked my TikTok page. I will be doing other content, have been doing other content besides unemployment and layoff content, because, you know, A, I feel like me talking about this is beating the dead horse, you know, and B, I don't want this to be my whole personality. So I will be talking about other topics. I will try to help and serve you guys any way I can. But yeah, man, we about to go into this job interview. I hope this goes well. This is a 6-figure opportunity, you know. More than a 6-figure opportunity, so I'm really hoping I could put this ball in the hoop. This will do a lot for my career. This will do a lot for me. This will do a lot for my family. I'm just grateful to be here, you know, in all seriousness. You know, ego aside and shit talking aside, I'm very appreciative for this opportunity that God has given me. I'm appreciative to wake up today. And I'm going to try to make every single day count, not only in this year, but in this life, man. To anybody that's, you know, struggling with unemployment, guys, you got to be a dog out here, like for real. Like for real. Like, it's survival of the fittest. If you aren't willing to grind applications until your eyes bleed, you might not make it. And if you do make it, it might not come with the price tag that you want or the paycheck that you want. So yeah, man, I'm gonna holler at y'all later. Wish me luck. I think this helped my nerves. You know, I think this helped my nerves a lot. This helped me calm down, because I was shaking like a stripper when I first parked this car. I was like this, bro. You'd have thought I was withdrawing from alcohol or something. It was bad. It was bad.
So we got say, bro, this the type of dude that you really root for. You want him to win, bro. Got a positive mindset, smart, obviously, just happy-go-lucky seaman. This the type of person you want to see win at the end of the day, dog. I hope he gets that job. But when you do get that job, make sure you put yourself first. Do the job, work hard, but make sure you look at that job like it's a silent investor, a silent partner on another endeavor outside of work that's going to make some money. Because a lot of times people get these jobs, dog, and like, you get your check, you pay your bills, the leftover is spent on discretionary spending, eating out, clothing, shoes, hobbies, stuff of that nature. In moderation, all of that stuff is cool, but man, I'm telling you, I'm gonna tell you like this, you have to have another thing going, straight up. I don't care if it's you investing into like some stocks or you trying to learn how to get you some rental properties. You have to have supplemental income, straight up. because we've been laid off before. We know that we can lose our source of income overnight. So you have to stay diligent, dog. You got to look into other ways to make money outside of working your 9 to 5, bro. And that's the only thing I'll tell them.
Because tomorrow is my last official day, and I have to go like turn in my laptop and my work phone and everything. But I just got done with my exit interview. Like, what the fuck? Exit interview? I've never had to do that in my life.
Exit interview, yep.
And it's like, what the fuck am I gonna do this if y'all laid me off? They sent us like a survey with like questionnaires of our experience and stuff, and I completed it before the exit interview because honestly, I don't give a shit. Like, y'all laid me off. I don't want to answer your questions over the phone, so I just did it online. And like, I don't know what the fuck. Like, so many people have been getting unemployed due to budget cuts. And it's always the fields that you're actually trying to give back to your community. It's just like teachers, right. Nurses, like I know even people who work in healthcare, or people who work in the like social services. Like, it's just affected so many people, and it's very frustrating because it's like I'm trying to give back to my community. I'm from the hood. I'm trying to give back to my community, and now I'm fucking laid off. And I've been applying to jobs, and I haven't gotten anything yet. And the pay fucking sucks, and I have my master's, and I still can't get a good paying job. It's like, what the fuck I gotta do? Like, and I'm in California and LA. Like, everything's fucking expensive. Yep. Like, make it make sense.
Everything. First off, guys, you know what? I always wondered why they give exit interviews, and this is what I came up with. Companies do exit interviews after layoffs, mainly to collect information, manage risk, and protect their reputation. It's all self-serving, bro. So that's why I wouldn't even do the exit interview. For what? I'm never coming back to this job anyway. It wouldn't give you the satisfaction. Even if it feels pointless or disrespectful from the employee side, for them, it is one of the last chances to learn what is broken internally and to keep the relationship from ending in total hostility. Oh my God, that should piss you off, bro. These companies never do anything to serve you or something that would be in your best interest. What companies get out of it? Feedback on problems. Exit interviews are used to learn why people leave, what is wrong with management, workload, pay, or culture, and to spot patterns they missed while people were on the job. Aggregated comments can be used to justify changing policies, bosses, processes, later. Retention and cost control. Losing people is expensive. It really is. So HR treats these conversations as data for future retention strategy, how to keep others from quitting or needing another round of layoffs. They use trends from exit feedback to tweak training, promotions, and communication. Man, get the hell out of here. Reputation and goodwill reasons. Employer brand and PR. Even after a layoff, the company cares how you talk about them to friends, social media. This should piss you off as an American who works for one of these greedy ass corporations, dog. This I don't even have a job like this, and this pisses me off.
Yes, me. You guessed right. And I'm only smiling because I'm trying to stop from having a full-on mental break. I literally just started this job.
5 stages of grief.
Last month.
Wow.
Can you believe it?
You was a seasonal worker.
But that's okay. I just take this as a sign that it was not for me. Sadly, and bigger and better is coming. So prepare to be flooded with videos because I have nothing else to do in the meantime while I'm searching for another job. I guess it's new year, newly unemployed. But anyways, follow your girl because the content gonna be dropping like crazy.
Humor does help us, especially when we are at our lowest point, right? Like, it helps, but it still doesn't solve the problem. I mean, obviously, that smile isn't necessarily happiness. That's just someone holding the steering wheel tight so they don't lose it on camera. Even though, you just started a job last month, you're still learning the names, you're still figuring out logins, you probably haven't even stopped double-checking emails yet, and then boom, you're laid off. That's not just a setback, that's emotional whiplash. And this is the part where it really gets me. You try to reframe it. You're like, you know what? It's a sign. This job wasn't for me. And when you do that, yes, it helps, but it is self-protection when something ends that fashion. your brain scrambles for meaning because the alternative is sitting with the idea that none of this is stable. So you tell yourself a story just to survive the day, and then you pivot. Obviously, new year, newly unemployed. You hope that you can get yourself together, time to try to stay busy. Hopefully you're applying as much as you can because who knows where the job market is going. And we're seeing how normalized all this has become.
Guys, I just realized how traumatizing layoffs are. For context, I've been let go and have unexpectedly lost my job twice this year, like twice within an 8-month period. But honestly, I've been lucky and I've been mostly unscathed and I haven't had trouble finding work. Or so I thought, because tell me why today, a random 15-minute meeting, it was just like an update meeting, popped up on my calendar and I just automatically accepted my fate. I was like, well, dang, let me just pull up LinkedIn. Not another one. Like the trauma. Like, I literally have a fear of meetings that last less than 30 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Like, one of those pop up on my calendar, and I have Indeed opened. Like, the unemployment benefits URL, like, already typed in. Like, we are really living in these times. It's crazy.
Happy New Year. I just got laid off.
I just got let go from my job from a company that I absolutely love and adore, and that's what's making this so hard.
They don't love and
the
adore
women
you.
that I was working for were absolutely amazing, and what they're building at that company is absolutely amazing, and I was so fortunate to be a part of it. And I'm just feeling all the emotions right now of not being a part of that anymore. I'm trying my hardest not to be upset about it and not to take it super personal because I understand their decision really didn't have much to do with my performance, but it's obviously, you know, it still feels like a loss and it still feels like a little bit of a heartbreak. And, you know, it's hard not to take something like this personally, obviously. Not to mention the income that I get from that is really, really helpful with my family and our financial situation. Last time I got laid off from my job, which was like 8 years ago, I ended up starting up my own business like 2 weeks later. And I initially had only planned to start a business and still look for full-time income and just kind of use my business as income coming in while I waited to work for someone else. But I ended up never having to go back to work for somebody else because my business ended up generating like 3 times the amount that I was making when I was working for someone else. So I keep trying to remind myself that, and even when it's difficult, like the situation that I'm in right now, that sometimes loss needs to happen to make space for what's truly meant for you. And I don't think that it's a coincidence that the year I declared I was going to go all in on TikTok is the same exact time that I get let go from this job. And although I did have freedom and flexibility with this job, I could make my own hours, you know, I worked remote, I still think that in order to go all in on something, like you need to be able to have the room and the space to go all in. So trying not to be bummed, but now I just have this pressure that I need to make TikTok work because I need to have full-time income, or income, I guess, not full-time income, but I need to have a little bit of income just to help my family financially, to help us achieve our goals of buying a house this year. I just think it's important for you to have like your own income and to have a little bit of your own thing.
You do not say, bro. This shit right here is sad. I know so many people in my personal life who are literally banking on TikTok coming through for them, blowing up, going viral so that they can start making a full-time income off of TikTok, dog. And I ain't got it in me to kill a dream or nothing like that because shit, it could work, but I don't think it's a plan you should just 100% just go in all on because TikTok is a gamble at the end of the day. Some people make it, but most people don't. And TikTok doesn't even pay all that much. And then, you know, I did a video about TikTokers complaining about not getting paid and they're walking away from content creation. Some of them are coming to YouTube trying to, you know, start YouTube channels and things of that nature, bro. It shows you how desperate people really are right now. some people on TikTok went from making $5,000 a month in the creator fund to not making anything. You know, TikTok, shit, I think your time would be better spent putting in applications, doing gig work, you know, doing downsizing, moving back home with family if you can, things of that nature, stuff that's really gonna move the needle. But TikTok, that's tough, man. But anyway, guys, I hope y'all enjoyed this video. Shout out to Hannibal is Rising. We'll get at y'all on the next one. Hit the subscribe button, please.
I am so tired of being a homeowner.
I pay $4,150 every single month for my mortgage.
I am selling my house, and I'm getting ready to move back with my parents yet again.
Okay, so today we're going to be talking about some home buyer's remorse. Because at least for me, I'm at the very early stages of buying a house right now, basically just seeing what's out there, and clips like what we're about to see constantly pop up on my For You page, and it really does get me a little bit worried. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into it.
I am selling my house. Who goes there? I'm getting ready to move back with my parents yet again. I am single. I do have a 9-to-5 job where it does not pay me nearly enough to cover the bills. And I've had this house for about 3 years now, and I am just exhausted. I am drowning, barely surviving, not being able to make repairs because the house is now falling apart, and I have no money in my savings to fix it. I have been saving for the past 3 years. All I've been doing is working and going straight home. I don't go out. I don't spend money on like coffee or anything. I try to save as much money as possible so I could get make repairs for this house to make it nice and comfortable and living. But I am at my wit's end now, and I'm just tired. I honestly want to leave my job. My 9-to-5 job does not pay me well enough to even cover the bills. I'm exhausted. I want to leave, but then I'm stuck with this house, and I just don't want any of it anymore. So I'm selling it.
So before I say anything, let's go over to the comments. Owning a home is no joke. It changes your life. If you're not married, it's very hard to maintain because of repairs and taxes. It's basically a necessity to have a dual-income household to be able to survive in 2026. Everyone tells me to buy a house, but I'm happy renting and saving $25,000 a year. Being house poor is not worth it. Just imagine the people who have no parents to go back to. That's what I thought about as well. People are drowning out there. Now, I'm not too sure about her entire situation, but saying that she's only had the home for about 3 years means that she bought it around 2022, 2023, the absolute peak of the housing market. Either there wasn't enough research beforehand to see if they could legitimately pay all the bills, or various things could have increased. The insurance, the taxes, on top of repairing things that are falling apart. It seems like she got way in over her head. Just overall, a pretty terrible situation.
I pay $4,150 every single month for my mortgage. Honestly, when I first purchased the house, this mortgage was $3,000, which was really affordable. We have a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house in South Florida. However, after the first year, they increased the mortgage by $600 because it's a new build and they didn't properly account for taxes. Now, this is something that typically happens to homeowners who get new builds here in Florida. It's just something that we didn't know about until it happened to us. A year after that, they increased it to $4,150. So we've been in this house for 2 years, and that is our current mortgage. And we've been paying that mortgage rate since, I believe, October of last year. Actually, it was 6 months later that they increased it, not a whole year. Saying this to say, I am ready to get out of this mortgage just because I just had a baby and I really want to stay home with her. And it's so hard to be a stay-at-home mom when you're literally banking out $4,150 every single month just towards your mortgage.
I don't even know what I'd do if my mortgage increased by a third within just 2 years. That sounds insane. Now, we've gone over this before. A lot of people don't realize with new builds and escrow, your mortgage payment can increase drastically along with being in South Florida. The insurance prices are not great there because of the storms. And her trying to sell it and move someplace more affordable is still going to be difficult. Not too many people want to live in a place where the insurance is either so ridiculous that it makes most homes not worth it, or the insurance companies just straight up won't insure you. So if there's a storm and your house gets destroyed, tough luck. That's definitely not a place that I'd want to live.
I think I fully regret buying a house now. Like, it's not the worst choice I ever made, but it's so expensive. but at the same time, it's exactly what rent would be costing me anyways. I'm almost an hour away from where I want to be and almost an hour away from work. It's a lot of upkeep, a lot of maintenance. $11,000 a month could get crashed at any minute, and interest rates were high when I bought it, and so were prices. I rationalized it by telling myself, well, it's the same amount as rent, and I should get something back out of it at the end of the day, which honestly at this point might not even be true. And I'm far away from everything, and I have an hour-long commute, and I'm tired, and I'm in a 3-bedroom house, and I live alone. I'm thankful, I'm very thankful that I'm able to do this. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know if it was the right choice, and I'm stressing over it right now. And I've only been here for like 8 months. I don't know what to do.
Before I say anything, let's go over to the comments. I bought a house in Austin, and I regret it daily. But it's fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Am I the only person that thinks an hour commute is normal? Maybe it's more common than you think, but I don't want to be in that situation. It sounds like he doesn't either. Racking up the miles in the gas bill while commuting as well. And he did touch on this a little bit. I think there will be a very big difference in opinion if you decide to buy your house before COVID and after COVID. Obviously, it's a pretty good choice if you bought your house back in 2015 and saw all the appreciation in just the past few years, but that doesn't seem to be happening anymore, especially if you bought in 2021, 2022. You're just now most likely drowning in monthly payments. And another aspect of home ownership right here, a comment from you guys. People buying homes and not realizing there's maintenance cost involved is crazy. Whatever your mortgage payment is every month is the minimum you're going to pay.
It is up to you, the home buyer, to do your own due diligence, guys. You cannot rely on other people to give you the most accurate information for the largest purchase that you're going to make in your life. And listen to this. According to Lexard Capital Management, the typical homeowner pays nearly $1,800 more per month than renters once you factor in taxes, insurance, maintenance, and a potential HOA or PMI payments included. So they're just looking at the mortgage payment when you're coming up with that $900 per month difference. They're not factoring in all the additional costs of homeownership, because when you do, that difference now doubles to $1,800 per month difference between being a renter versus an owner today.
So with all the people that stretched themselves thin over the past few years to buy a home, they're probably not going to be able to afford the almost $2,000 more a month just to be able to maintain everything in the house. And that's why we have so many clips of people talking about being house poor and wanting to get out of their home entirely because it's just not worth it.
As someone who bought a condo in 2022 and regrets it, let me tell you about the things they don't warn you about when buying a condo. You think you're buying an affordable home with a low maintenance lifestyle, right? The cute pool, the landscaping, all of that. But what they don't warn you about is the HOA and how it can literally destroy the value of your home. And if you have a bad HOA like I did, you have absolutely no control of the fees, no ability to know where the money is going, these question marks of what happened with spending, and if they're really bad, they'll make your complex unwarrantable, which makes it essentially unsellable. And when your condo is unsellable and the fees are going up and up, the value of your property crashes.
HOAs are a scam, absolute theft. I learned this lesson the hard way. I did that too. The realtors lied to me about what the HOA covers. That's why I'm sharing my story on here. This condo was the biggest financial mistake of my life. It destroyed me. And now that I'm a realtor, I feel like it's my responsibility to share my story and educate people. I know we talk about Florida a lot on this channel, but with the condo and the HOA issues, that happens a lot in that state, where the fees become so unbelievably ridiculous that people can't afford where they live anymore. But then you try to offload it and there will be zero buyers who want to take on that responsibility. So you're just stuck bleeding money constantly. It is an absolute nightmare.
I really can't decide if I regret buying a home at 25. Because it's so hard. Like, it's way more expensive. You got to fix everything yourself. It's nice to say that you own a home and legally it works out great. I guess, property taxes. I have a townhome. We pay $4,000 in property taxes. I don't have a backyard. Like, I don't even have a front yard. Like, I don't know. I think everything's a scam. I think this whole world's a scam, and I feel like I fell for it. But at the same time, renting feels like a scam. And then I buy a home, and I still feel scammed. And I'm like, ugh.
I don't know, at least for me, I would never own a townhome. Same thing with a condo as well. Unless the entire area that you live in drastically increases in value, townhomes are a pretty tough sell to people, especially if you compare the appreciation to a single family home. AC unit needed replacing, $15,000. New water heater, $4 grand. Fridge and tumbler dryer broke, another $1,500. Then property taxes and HOA fees. Yep, bought in 2021, had to replace a furnace, windows, siding, garage door, light fixtures, tons of plumbing, electrical stuff, bathroom needed a remodel. Even buying lawnmowers, rakes, tools, so many tools. All things that I guess people don't think about while purchasing the most expensive thing you're going to buy in your entire life.
Can anybody tell me if I can, sue the flippers that I bought my house from? This house has been a never-ending disaster since I bought it. I bought it in 2022. Prior to me buying it, it was unoccupied for 4 years. It was foreclosed on, bank-owned. Somebody bought it, flipped it, and they really didn't flip it right. It's just been a non-stop issue here, and I'm, at my wit's end. So right now, this is the situation in my kitchen. But just to give you a brief synopsis of everything that's been happening here, my plumbing does not work. It's currently being diverted into my backyard because the exit to the house, I won't show you because it's a mess. It's in my basement and I keep having to bleach it, but it's the main sewer pipe to my house backs up into my basement. And apparently, homeowner's insurance doesn't cover it. I can't get a loan. It's just been a nightmare here.
Okay, so I'm cutting it off there because this is just a fraction of the full video. She has a lot more problems with this house, and unfortunately this sounds like the Home Depot DIY flippers that made a substantial amount of money from people buying during COVID times, and now she's left with something that is falling apart. I mean, the sewer is getting backed up into the basement. Oh man. We could go over to the comments. That's what an inspection is for before you buy. That should have all been listed and taken care of in the house inspection. She replied, nope, the plumbing was in working order, but immediately started malfunctioning when I moved in. It was something where you wouldn't notice until you started showering and running the water. The inspector did not catch it. Now, we have seen instances of this as well. It really makes me want to hire one of the content creator inspectors that their entire channels are dedicated to ripping apart any of the homes that they're inspecting, because then at least it means they're going to find something, not just walk through the house, open and close a couple of doors, turn on the shower, turn it off, and walk out saying that everything's all right, because then you could have the same type of problem. If you had an inspector, then it's his fault. You should sue him, sue the real estate company and owners. Here's my advice. Never, and I mean never, buy a house that's been flipped. I can guarantee you they cut every corner possible. While it is getting more difficult to find a house that's older, that hasn't been renovated or flipped with good bones, and then your other option is to buy some sort of new build, which we've talked about on separate videos with this channel, that is just as bad of a decision as well. You really cannot win.
We just bought a brand new Lennar home, new build, and I have just filed now our second warranty claim for crappy plumbing. The first claim was because the cold water tube to the master bathroom was crappy and was leaking behind our wall. And the second claim was because the toilet on the first floor was leaking at the base. And I am so sad and frustrated, and if I see the building manager, I'm gonna take him out by the knees. To top it off, they found an empty beer bottle behind the drywall when they cut that shit open. So thank you, Lennar, for our quality home.
And unfortunately, this happens a lot more than you think. We've even seen the beer bottle clips a few times on this channel. Different instances. So, okay, you're freaked out with the new builds. You're not going to do that. You're going to find an older home that isn't already flipped. Buy that and then start fixing things up yourself as they fall apart.
So this morning I got a quote for one window. To replace one window in our house. Anyone want to take a gander? How much that's gonna cost? You don't want to know. I'll tell you anyway. $3,700 for one window. They offer 0% financing, 20% down. So yeah, that's gonna help. But
Okay, so this is obviously so ridiculously overpriced, we go over to the comment section. Don't pay a penny more than $400. It's just a window. Anything over $500 is fraud, unless it's not a standard window. But this adds in yet another headache. You then have to start shopping around, calling all of these different companies to find somewhat reasonable price, probably still not affordable. But then what's your other option? You're supposed to fix everything in the house yourself, become a handyman, while you're already working a full-time job to barely cover the bills in today's world. It's starting to seem like it's really not worth it.
Just starting to see all these stories crop up, especially on Reddit, of people saying buying a house was one of my worst financial decisions, and we did everything correct. We went and we were told buying a house, we got a house, we saved for a down payment, but we're underwater from what it's worth. They're in Austin and values have dropped 25%, and they had to come out of pocket 70 grand, and they're asking, what can we do? Because I don't have the money to sell the house, and it's not going to cash flow if I rent, and I'm stuck here.
That's right.
And the common advice is, well, you either have to take on a job to pay for the, a second job to pay for the house, or rent out rooms.
Or prepay the negative equity. Believe me, like I did coming out of South Atlanta.
But I think that story is going to be a lot more common.
You don't lose anything until you actually sell, but if you're hemorrhaging money and you can't afford the bills that are coming in every month, you're definitely losing something.
Renting is throwing your money away. Buying is building equity. That's such a lie. It's such a lie. Okay? They're the obvious ones of throwing your money away. Property tax, insurance, okay, and interest on the mortgage, which is substantial, and that goes to a bank and you never see that again. So those are like the main obvious three. But the one thing that people don't talk about, this is what they don't talk about. They say to budget 2% of your home's value a year on maintenance, maintaining what is there, just keeping it the same, okay? 2%. If you own $1 million house, which in Toronto is low, 2% of $1 million is $20,000 a year. Gone. How much is your rent a year? Like $30,000? Okay? Those are comparable. And you don't get maintenance costs back. That's just keeping it the same. That's just bugs eating and mice burrowing through stuff and plumbing breaking and glue letting go and like blah, blah, blah. Like you throw away your money constantly in home ownership, okay? Get this out of your head.
And now we could take a look at some of the comments. Cool, bought my house 8 years ago. I could sell tomorrow, pay off what's owed, and I have $160,000 in the bank. Well, I can guarantee you that most people won't be in that situation if they buy a home in today's world. I've got over $200,000 in equity. It most certainly isn't a lie. I'm willing to bet that this is almost the exact same story. You bought your house years ago. Buying a home right now is taking on a $500,000 slop together pile of wood and plastic liability that'll most likely be unable to be insured or lived in by 2035. I get that people are in two different camps right now. If you bought a while ago, good for you, but if no one in today's world could afford those house prices, it's never going to sell, so you're not actually going to see your appreciation.
Raise your hand if you bought a house when the interest rates were low a few years ago, thinking, oh, this is like a little starter house, and we'll just live in this for a couple of years, but then the interest rates are like over 6%, and now we're stuck in our not forever house. It's kind of looking like our forever house because I can't afford like a 6.75 interest rate on a mortgage. Like, what? Am I the only one? Are you stuck in your house too? Because this is wild. And we live in a metroplex where houses are at minimum like $500,000-$600,000. So this is insane.
We have a comment from you guys talking about getting approved for a mortgage. I was approved for a $144,000 mortgage. Realtor couldn't understand why I wouldn't go over $100,000 when my gross annual income was $45K. I'm definitely starting to see that too. Banks are giving out loans to people that they really have no business in getting. And I don't think I have to tell you about the 2008 financial crisis. Hopefully history does not repeat itself.
Let's break down my mortgage payment of $7,120. My principal and interest is $4,350, and that's the actual loan. My escrow payment is $1,800, and this is the account the mortgage company uses to pay my property taxes and my homeowner's insurance. And since my property taxes increased, I have a shortage in my escrow account that I have to pay an additional $970. Not many people know that the escrow is separate from the loan. So I started documenting my real estate journey just so I can share my real numbers, the good and the bad. And that way you can learn from my experience.
Okay, so I just had to put this in because of the crazy number $7,100 mortgage. I really don't know how people are doing it. And there was an escrow shortage, so the price was still rising. If I was put in that same position, I would definitely regret buying that house.
These are the 3 things that I wish someone told me before I bought my house last year.
Number 1, your mortgage. That's the minimum you pay. Repairs don't schedule themselves, and they never wait until you're ready.
Number 2, I didn't just buy a house. I bought less freedom.
More responsibility, more weekends fixing stuff instead of actually living. And number 3, this is the one that surprised me most. It's not even financial. It's mental weight. The feeling of being stuck because you just committed to a 30-year or 25-year mortgage. I'm not saying buying a house is bad. I'm saying timing matters more than people think. If you're young and thinking about buying, don't rush it like I did. Make sure you're okay with it because I didn't realize how much they'd change my day-to-day.
And I know in these videos I just sound like a complete hater, like renting is the way to go, even though at the very beginning I said that I'm somewhat looking at buying a house. I just think a lot of it is not worth the price and the headache right now, and it seems like I'm not the only one with this thought process.
Of homeownership is just discovering new ways that water can ruin your house. You know, you think, I bought a house, I made it, but really all you did was enter into a lifelong war against water. You know, and you start learning new words like seepage or grading or moisture barrier, and then the next thing you know, it's 1 a.m. and you're Googling, like, what does mold look like and how much is too much? And it's always something like that tiny drip that sends you into a panic, or the small leak that somehow turns into a $1,200 bill. You know, you get 1 drop of water through the ceiling and you're like, my house is decaying from the inside out. And basements, forget about it. Like, I used to enjoy thunderstorms, not anymore. Anytime it rains now, I'm in the basement looking for leaks like some sort of midnight security guard, you know? So owning a home is really just entering into one long, expensive battle against moisture and humidity.
And insurance won't cover it 80% of the time. It's always something, and it's always $1,200. The creator responds $1,200 is the absolute minimum. And we got another example right here of something that everybody's been dealing with over the past few years, the constant tax increases.
All right, so new property tax bill just dropped. It's $4,961 for half the year in Michigan, where I live. It's almost 10 grand a year now. It goes up 5% a year, basically. My house is probably a little overvalued, but we are just renting. I keep saying this, it's gone up at least over $1,500 from last year to this year. About almost $5,000 for just half the year. We're renting from the government.
And he makes a very good point. Even if his mortgage was completely paid off, just to be able to live where he does, it would cost $10,000 a year. Nobody ever legitimately owns their home, whether you're renting, you have a mortgage, or not. But to end off this video, we got a pretty crazy clip of somebody going all in with the rental empire. We got a comment from you guys right here. People need to get back to thinking of a house as a home rather than an investment. And this person definitely did not think that way.
I bought 22 rental units in only 18 months, and honestly, regret it.
Just to show you, here's a 2-unit property I own. Here's another one that's a 6-unit apartment building. And here's another one. And here's another one. And there's even more properties, but I'm done driving around wasting my gas, and I feel you guys understand.
I thought owning rental properties would be a great source of income, but boy, was I wrong. Yes, we were cash flowing around $600 a door. Yes, that's over $13,000 a month. And yeah, we were successful on paper. But in real life, I was equity rich and cash poor. And when I'm telling you broke, I had to check my bank account before I could even get gas. Sometimes the account was in the negatives. Honestly, the more properties we bought, the more broke I felt. You know, if something went bad, literally cash flow would be gone like that. If a roof went out, if we needed new windows, if there was a leak, money was just going. Social media honestly won't tell you this. If you own a lot of rentals, that does not mean you make a lot of money. And if you're building a rental portfolio but don't have another side of active income, you're definitely going to regret it because you need some money set aside in reserves.
So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
I have a genuine controversial question.
Why do we tip servers who get paid minimum wage in California? Because the original argument for tipping servers is because they're not getting paid enough since the owners aren't paying them, so we as the customers are paying for their livable wage. But in California, minimum wage is required, so now that all these servers and fast food workers and retail workers are all getting paid the same wage, but for some reason tipping culture is only prevalent in serving, that's where I'm confused.
We need to do something about the fact that every fucking where you go to eat now, the cheapest place you go to eat now, even fast food places, it's $23. Why is it always fucking $23?
How can we afford to go out and eat at this rate? I went to Joey's last weekend and I had dinner with my friend. I haven't seen her in a while and I don't go out to dinner that often. I ordered this tuna burger, which sounded divine. I was so excited to try it. I substituted a garden salad instead of fries because I wanted something a little bit lighter. Got the burger. It's a big burger. It was delicious. The salad was honestly so mid. I could have done without the salad, but I got my bill and I could not believe how much I had dropped for a burger and a salad. I spent $41 with tip on my burger with a salad. And I did not order a drink. I told my roommate and she's like, "Did you order a drink?" I said, "No. I got a tuna burger and a salad." And it's because the tuna burger was $29. And then to substitute a garden salad was $4 extra. And then I tipped her 20%, I think, because she was so nice and I really liked her and she was very genuine and down to earth. I think you should tip your servers. But at this rate, I'm not going to be able to afford to tip or be able to afford to go out to eat if I'm spending $40 for a simple burger and a salad. Like, that's actually insane. And it's not even a fine dining restaurant.
We all know food costs are a problem and that they keep rising month after month, year after year for your basic necessities when it comes to food. But that's also leaking into the restaurant industry, leaking into the takeout industry, leaking into dining, leaking into fast food, into all aspects of everyday life, whether it be eating at home or eating out. Food prices are going up and customers keep asking why.
This restaurant's under fire because of an added entertainment fee, but if you don't know me, I'm Jay and I talk all things business. A customer after leaving the restaurant noticed that they were charged a 2 live band entertainment fee, so he was charged $10 per person for a band fee. The customer felt slighted because 1, he wasn't told about this fee, and 2, he had never heard about this type of fee from a restaurant. Cash responded to these comments on their Instagram page saying that they will add this fee to help enhance the customer's experience. As a business owner myself, I understand how charges can add, but I think the best way to implement this is not to fee because that just upsets people. I think they would have greater time just adding $2 extra to each of the menu items, and 1, they would definitely make up the price of the entertainment fee, and 2, people wouldn't be upset by seeing a fee on their receipt.
Where is the craziest place you've seen asking for tips? Like, what is the craziest business that you've come across that have asked you to tip? Because, like, I think tipping culture is getting so nuts. It's getting way out of control. These corporations are so greedy that they're wanting us to supplement their workers so that they can take home more money at the end of the day, which is BS. And I've seen comments online of people being like, I went to go get my tires rotated, and there was a tip option at the end of it. Like, what? So I'm just curious, like, what is the craziest business that you've seen asking for a tip?
I'm going to hit no tip every time. If I'm at Starbucks, Buffalo Wild Wings, or a place that you really not serving me, and you turn that little iPad around and says going to ask you a little question, I'm going to look you dead in your face, and I'm going to click no tip.
I don't want battered and fried buffalo cauliflower at a restaurant that charges $45 per person. I don't want fried cauliflower. I want tofu. I want protein. If you're serving marinated and blackened and sauteed and chimichurri animal proteins, what is your excuse? Don't even get me started on serving falafel as the only vegetarian main. Your falafel is dry, and your cauliflower breading is so soggy. Do better.
I think we can all agree that eating at a restaurant has become like ridiculously priced in the past few years. We cook at home most of the times, but like, you know, we like to go out like once or twice a week. And I honestly feel like we cannot, me and my husband, cannot go out to lunch or dinner without spending $50+ and we don't even drink. A couple months ago now, like, me and my husband kind of just looked at each other after going to, like, you know, a moderately priced restaurant and being like, that, like, was not worth it. And we kind of just decided then and there that we were either going to go, like, the fast casual chain restaurant route or go to a really nice restaurant where we knew that we were going to get a great meal and be worth what we were paying for. This has kind of helped with that balance of, like, you know, sometimes we don't want to cook, sometimes we want, like, a great experience, but, like, we weren't getting that, like, value out of going to the mediocre restaurant and it being, like, worth our money. So if you kind of feel like how we do, I don't know, this might be something to help your budget or just kind of, like, help your sanity in these times where, like, you can't get a reasonably priced meal at a restaurant.
So when you hear people always talking about, well, y'all just don't work hard enough and y'all just spend too much money. And then, you know what? They say, okay, let me work harder. You get a better job. You go out and get a degree. You move up in your company. You start making even more money. And the one time you want to show yourself or, you know, someone, a friend, a family member's birthday, the first time you want to show you or anybody else some sort of appreciation by taking them out to dinner, it costs the arm and the leg. And it should not be like that. If you relate to this, go ahead and subscribe because I make videos like this every single day. But it's not just the food industry that is taking people's, you know, dignity. It's rent.
Talk. Y'all, we really are the new adults. We really are the new adults paying our own bills. And I'm saying this to say, rent is so high, y'all. Rent is so expensive. And sometimes I be questioning, like, as adults, how do we do it? Like, how do we do it? We just be making it happen. I remember growing up, one bedroom rooms were like $500 to $600. Now where I stay, the one bedrooms, they're over $1,300. Not on top of that, you got rent, you got lights, you got water, you got cable, you got groceries. If you got emergency, you got life insurance. Yeah. I was ready to be grown so bad. Not only that, I'm just a girl. So I got hair maintenance, get my hair done, lashes done, makeup done, toes done, and whatever else I need done. Get my feminine hygiene products. Yeah.
I've been seeing a ton of videos of people giving their opinions about what we should be tipping servers, and I have an opinion. I always have an opinion. And I think that some people might not agree with it, but I'm gonna give it anyway. And I was a waitress, so my opinion has merit. I wasn't very good. If you've never been a server before, it's hard. It's a really hard job. I don't think that you always should be tipping 20%. Sometimes you can get away with tipping less. Sometimes you should be tipping more. I think the biggest factor that contributes to how much you should tip is how long were you there. In most cases, 20% is right, but not always. If you want to hear about the bane of my existence when I was a waitress, it's the fact that we had a really nice patio. And people would like to just go, get a spot on the patio, and order drinks. That's fine. Totally fine. What's not fine is when you're there for hours on end. There was one time that these two ladies came in. They sat in my section on the patio for my entire shift. Now, if you know how it works being a server, you have a specific section, and those are the only tables that you're going to work that day. So the faster you get people in and out, the more people you see, the more tips you get. So if somebody is taking up one of your tables for the entire day, you can't see anybody else, you can't get any more tips. We didn't have any kind of policy for how long people could stay, so as long as the restaurant was open, they could stay. They both ordered 2 drinks the entire time, and they tipped me 20% on those 2 drinks. Absolutely not! No! Jail. That's actually absurd. Maybe people who have never been servers don't get it, but if you were gonna take up a server's table for their entire shift for hours on end, you need to tip way more than 20%. First of all, don't do that. If you're going to do that, go to a place where you order up at a bar, not where somebody's serving you, because you're actually ruining their workday. But if you do want to do that and you really want to be at this specific restaurant, you need to make up for it. You got to make up for the fact you're taking up that table in your tip. You can't just tip 20%. But on the other hand, I would have businessmen come in for lunch. They would know exactly what they wanted. They would order an expensive steak and they'd be in and out in 30 minutes. I don't expect them to tip me 20% on that steak. Don't get me wrong, it was so appreciated when they did, but I would have to go over to the table 3 or 4 times max, and the amount they would tip me to give 20% was not proportionate to the amount of service that I gave them. In most cases, 20% is fair in what you should be tipping, but you need to think about the context that you're in. You want to go out to eat, factor in your tip, because nothing is more of an ick than a bad tipper. Nothing. A man took me out to dinner once, and he put cash down for the tip, and I saw how much he put down, and I was like, yeah, we're never going on a second date, because it's just inconsiderate. It's tacky. I put down cash. Like, I put down more than he actually put down on the tip. That's how bad his tip was. Think, people. Use your context clues. It's not that hard.
And the crazy thing is, the jobs don't even pay 3 times the rent. So why is the apartments requiring me to make 3 times the rent? As long as the rent get paid, that should be all that matters.
As long as there's a rise in prices, there will be a rise in people finding other ways to survive. Some people are going without food. They're cutting food to a minimum. You know, maybe I've been seeing videos on YouTube about people spreading $30 for a whole family for a week of food. They're getting lentils for protein and just rice and white bread. And I mean, while yes, it works, you shouldn't have to eat like that every single day. You shouldn't have to eat rice, bread, and lentils just to survive, because everything is too expensive. And people are also finding other ways to save money when it comes to housing, like we've talked about plenty of times on this video. People moving back in with parents, storage units, homelessness, camps, RVs, and what I do personally, cars. I don't spend money on rent, I don't spend money on electricity. I'm moving to Vietnam. I'm leaving on June 19th. Already got my passport, ticket, all of that situated. But here's an example of people choosing to do that.
I know this is horrible timing right now. I'm the guy who lives in his car in America because the cost of living is too expensive. I don't believe in paying for rent or trying to get a house. It's ridiculous. But I encourage you guys, if you have a car, to just convert it so you can live in it and just like travel around America. You know, the national parks, everything. If you've seen my videos and if I've inspired you to start your car living journey, because I know some of you guys have. Some of you guys have already started, you know, traveling and living in your car. But if you haven't bought a generator yet, the power station that I use is the EcoFlow River 2 Pro. There's a lot of words, but it's on the TikTok shop right now for like 45% off. When I first got it, it was $600, and right now it's $350. And I know that sounds steep, but it's your entire like life. It is how I power everything in my car, my kettle, charging my phones, my electric kettle, an electric blanket if I wanted to use it. But everything you need, your source of power, your electricity, it's on sale right now. I might even buy a second one. That's how tempted I am to get another one since it's so cheap right now. I don't need to, but like it's so cheap and essential. Even if you're not going to live in your car, like any natural disaster locations where your power might come out, like this device, it's a big giant power station. It's essential, even for your houses. I highly suggest checking it out since it's super cheap right now, especially with the $50 off coupon. Keep in mind, this is a great investment because you're not going to be paying for electricity. You will be renewing your electricity and power source for free every single month with this device. You won't have, you know, a monthly electricity bill. I don't even know how much you guys pay for houses and apartments for electricity. But once you buy this power station, it could recharge through your car inverter. So every time you drive, it'll be constantly recharging your power station. So you have infinite power. You could also use solar panels to recharge it. And the cool thing about this newer technology power station is that it fast charges through a wall outlet in 1 hour. The older models, you would have to wait like 6 to 12 hours for it to fully charge. So that's why I recommend getting power stations from this year, and that's the one I used, the EcoFlow, and I highly recommend it.
Let's take a look at this receipt I got yesterday. So $5.66 plus 0 for service charge plus 34 cents equals 6, and my total is somehow $7.20. There's no gratuity or whatever. So I got 2 fountain drinks. The girl owes your total $6. I handed my credit card. She walks off to the side to swipe it, and I can see the screen, and it says $7.20. And I'm like, that's kind of weird. Like, that seems like a lot for, like, tax or something. And She goes, do you want a receipt? I said, yeah. So I grab my receipt, and then I go to the bathroom. I add that up to make sure it does equal 6, and then I'm not just stupid, which it does. And then I also realized that $1.20, which was what I was overcharged, is 20%. So then I go back. I ask her, was there a tip added to this? And she said, no, there's a 20% service fee on credit cards. Service charge, $0. So then I'm like, oh, like, that would have been nice to know before I handed you my credit card, because I would have rather just paid in cash and saved my $1.20 for a credit card fee, but like, question mark. And she goes, okay, this is what gets me. Okay, do you want me to refund the tip? And I'm like, you just told me it wasn't a tip. Anyway, so I say, yeah. She gets her little cash drawer and ends up giving me $2 because she didn't have change, but that just tells me she's guilty, because why would you give me 80 extra cents if you're not wrong? So either I think she accidentally hit the 20% tip button or tried to pull a fast one on me, because it was one of the little machines that like spins around, but she like had to go off to the side, so I wasn't over there to like do anything, and I also didn't get a receipt to sign anything until I asked for it. So this makes me hate tipping, which I already hate tipping unless I'm like at a sit-down restaurant. But like, am I wrong? Am I stupid? Okay, that's all. Bye.
It's unfair when someone chooses a really expensive restaurant for a birthday dinner, and it's causing this disagreement with a friend right now, where for his birthday he chose a restaurant and the cheapest entree is $41, and so I didn't go, and now he's mad at me. The reason I decided not to go is because the plan was dinner and then going out, and the place he chose to go out already had a $35 ticket, and I am a little bit broke as it is, so I was like, okay, I'll skip the dinner and then just go out. I thought that was a good compromise because I would still be seeing him on his birthday, and the dinner just wasn't appealing to me. Like, the item I would actually get on the menu was $47, because the $41 item was a burger, just like the burger and the patty, and it was like, I had fries for $11, and you know at a fine dining restaurant, a burger is just gonna be like 3 bites.
My child asked me why we tip in America and we don't in other countries, and so I responded by saying, do you want the short answer or the long answer? Because that's usually what I say. And they responded both, because that's usually what they say. So I said, short answer is slavery and the result thereof. And they were like, can you explain longer? And I go, yes. Imagine if you have a bunch of enslaved people and you treat them very cruelly. One of the things that enslaved and oppressed people will have to do as a survival tactic is to be polite to their masters, especially in the house, especially in things that are service-oriented. Now imagine you had to free all of those enslaved people, but you didn't really want to free them, and you wanted to make sure you maintain the status quo. Would you institute a system in which you paid them a fair, livable wage and just expected them to behave like decent human beings? You cannot do that because you, in your human beingness, have oppressed people with cruelty and with enslavement. And so therefore you would then institute a system in which any kind of service industry, any kind of service occupation would not be paid simply for the doing of that job with the human expectation of kindness. Instead, what you would make sure is to have a system in which they have to be polite to you in order to have a livable wage, and that you as the oppressor could have control over that by justifying their wage with a tip that would be dependent on how polite they were to you, so that these formerly enslaved people or future enslaved people will have to be polite to you. And they thought about that and they were like, that makes a lot of sense and is also terrible and not fair. And I said, yes, I think most other countries have figured that out by now, and hopefully America will catch up.
So as much as we talk about everything else going up, like housing, insurance, and whatever else, vehicles, transportation, gas, even though gas has gone down in most places, still, when everything else is getting so expensive, we're just talking about fixed expenses. Imagine every month, on top of your fixed expenses that keep going up, you have to buy increasing food. You have to buy increasing prices in consumables, like soap and all of that. And then when you try to go out and say, you know what, I've been cooking for 2 weeks straight, let me try to go out and eat, you spend $30 on a burger. You spend $41 on a burger and a salad. People everywhere are feeling this financial pressure and trying to find a way out. If you want to also find that way out, make sure you go ahead and subscribe, because I'm leaving on June 19th and I will be documenting that life abroad, financial free life on another channel. But go ahead and subscribe. That way y'all know as soon as I start doing that, as well as watch these videos, because I make these videos, once again, every single day. But with all that being said, remember, no matter what happens, as long as you're alive, life goes on.
Holy shit, guys. Look at this. Oh my God.
Welcome to Costco's 1039. Lines are back here to the deli. Welcome to Costco's. It's crazy.
Yeah, that winter storm is coming in Texas, but quit buying up all the damn toilet paper. What, are you gonna yourself like continuously for 24 to 48 hours? I don't understand. Why is everybody buying up toilet paper? Like, seriously, how many rows?
Nothing makes me laugh harder that even during a winter storm where there's no water, literally no options, there's always Dasani. They're literally trying to put it on display front and center so people will freaking buy it.
Winter Storm has HEB looking like it's 6 o'clock and it's 9 o'clock. We are not winning the HEB war right now. You would think that the world is ending with the way that there is not one thing on the shelf at HEB. This is the chicken section.
We bought our stuff at Bulk at Costco last week.
Yeah, thankfully, but like, still, like, what if you need meat? I'm sure they'll have it restocked tomorrow, but this is kind of crazy, guys. This is kind of crazy. Well, guys, don't come. I talked Anthony into coming to HEB tonight because we were just running around and we came really late. There's literally almost nothing left on every single aisle. I'm sure they'll restock tomorrow, so I'm not gonna like fearmonger anybody, but like, if you're coming tonight, don't come. And somehow we still made it out with all of this.
This has been going viral all over the internet. It's now only thing I see when I load into my app now. And it's crazy, guys, but stores are getting wiped out in terms of groceries. Like, this is what it looks like. And there's multiple stores, multiple videos I'll show you in here where it looks just like this, guys. And I'm not fearmonger. I'm not trying to make you go out and panic. That's not the case. However, what people are doing is they're getting prepared. They're preparing themselves and they're going out and getting the necessary groceries that they need. Some people are panic buying. Some people are buying more than what they need because they're preparing for the worst. However, this is a very serious situation. And yes, you have to be prepared, but this is just what certain grocery stores are looking like right now. They're buying meats, they're buying toilet paper, water, everything under the sun. The list goes on and
Okay, I am in the grocery store right now, and I'm not kidding you. There is like supposedly a little bit of weather coming in, and this place is packed like nobody's business. You would think a massive winter storm is coming in here. Anyway, signing out, trying to get my 2 things and get out of here. What is up, everybody? Costco in Nashville. There's only one thing left. Look at this. There's nothing here. What is happening? Hold on.
I'm at Sam's Club. All of this was water. Y'all see all this space? All of this was water, all the way down to that wall down there. All of that was water. And see these racks over here? All of that was bread. All the way down there was bread. This is what y'all are doing. All of this was milk. All of this was filled up with milk. All of that was filled up with milk. I'm talking about like 300-400 gallons of milk. Okay, all of that was eggs. Eggs was here, all the way up to there. That's all the eggs you got left. All of these eggs was filled all the way up to there. All of these eggs was all the way up to there. They just restocked this chicken. All of this chicken was empty about 15 minutes ago. So they just restocked this. And y'all already know what this is. This is the line for rotisserie chicken. So it's been like this all day. Every time they restock the chicken, the line gets longer again, just like this. Look like they got some more chickens about to come out right now. That's the new chickens just came out right there. 2 per person. So they only let you get 2 per person. They got some cooking, they just got some came out. All right, so we good in the freezer. Y'all ain't buying too much vegetables. Just meat and bread and milk. We still got a lot of vegetables in here. Corn.
Yeah, this is real life, guys. People are getting the things that they need, that they want. Y'all see how many people that are just lined up at these places right here trying to get all the things. They're getting these citrus, they're getting the waters. Here's all the bread. You know, I guess it'll last as long as they need. You know, you're thinking of meals that you can make last for at least a week or so. You're thinking of meals that are pretty easy to prepare, not much maintenance. You can put it in the pantry, in the whatever you want, however you want to store your bread. I've seen people store bread within the freezer and the refrigerator. So it depends on the situation. But yes, people are preparing for the situation. And yes, some people are panicking, some people are overdoing it. Some people, I saw a video where a person, they filled up their cart with so many hot dogs like it was the end of it. Like, it was crazy. I never saw anything like it. But, I mean, it depends on the situation. Maybe they were donating out. Maybe they were making food for their entire neighborhood. Or maybe they have a large family. They're trying to make sure all of their family is good. So, you know, the situation varies across the board. But yes, it's just, it is a very, very scary time. I'm not fear-mongering. I'm just being truthful.
Damn. Didn't leave me shit in the store. So imagine I just got home to your local market. I'm talking about ain't nothing up in the shelf but my ass. Look at this shit. I'm talking about look at that shit, man. What in the fuck? Who the hell is that? He ugly as shit. Look at this shit, man. Pissed off. I just got home and I told y'all to leave me something. To leave me something. And this the shit y'all do?
Who goes there?
I'm talking about shelf just that damn clean. All right, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Supposedly we're having an ice storm this weekend, which I do live in Georgia, so things could change, but at the same time, we live in Georgia, so if things do happen, we are not prepared. The difference between a snowstorm and an ice storm is that we will probably lose power. The last time we had an ice storm, we lost power for like 3 days, so that's really our main concern. So I'm about to head to the store. I'm going into the store, getting things that I know that we could also cook on the grill in case we do lose power. I'm sure it's gonna be chaotic, but it needs to be done, so let's go. Just as I suspected, it's absolutely slammed. I had to park all the way in the back. I'm going ahead and grabbing a buggy because there's none inside. Grab some.
Now, I gotta add a perspective to this. Do y'all know how much money these grocery stores are making and are profiting from this situation? Like, this better be one of these, and I'm not hoping for the worst. That's not what I'm saying whatsoever. But if y'all don't know anything about these times when people panic and go overboard with all these situations, sometimes it pans out to be literally nothing, like a water or just a regular thunderstorm or rainstorm or whatever it is. Now, I'm not undermining how much snow they're saying. It can be very bad. However, these stores are making so much money, which I guess they have the resources that people need. It's just, it makes me think like, all right, is it really going to be that bad, or is this kind of just something to boost the economy of what people are really thinking of?
Corn. I'm gonna get a salad kit. I feel like that is easy to make. Strawberries. Gonna grab some avocados so I can make some guacamole. Grabbing some cold brew because if the power goes out, I won't be able to make my Nespresso. Just discovered this salsa verde, and it's the best jarred salsa I've ever had. Baked beans because I feel like these will be easy to just heat up on the grill if we needed to. Gotta have some snacks. There was 1 million people in there and only one cashier. The line was like all the way through the store. The thing we were most concerned about the stores being out of was firewood, and they were out. Sometimes our Kroger gas station has it, so I'm gonna run over there real quick to see if they have any. Okay, they have 2 bundles. Okay, we had some success there. Hopefully Jordan can find some more when he gets off work.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is prepare. Take it seriously, because it can be very bad. And I'm not telling people not to go out and buy the items that they need. That's not what I'm doing whatsoever. I'm just saying, this is what people are doing at this point.
Everybody out here picking on the Southerners for panicking over an ice storm, but y'all don't understand. Y'all get that cute Hallmark movie Snow. The kind you make snow angels in and sip inside sipping hot cocoa. We get pure ice. The kind where you step outside and immediately meet Jesus. I mean, one wrong step and boom, hip fracture. Dignity completely gone, ambulance on speed dial, which ain't gonna come because they done slid into a ditch. We are not built for this. We haven't even had a real winter this season yet. It's been like 28 degrees in the morning, but then by 3 p.m. we are in t-shirts questioning every jacket we own.
Yeah.
And our city sure ain't prepared. We already know we gonna lose power. Somebody's uncle gonna be outside like it's 1803 rubbing two sticks together trying to start a fire just so they can be warm and maybe heat up a can of beans. We sitting our milk outside in the yard just to make sure it stays cold, charging our phones in the car so we got to have some gasoline for that, cooking dinner like we on an episode of Survivor, Dollar General edition. So no, we are not dramatic. We are getting prepared. Because down here, ice storms do not build character. They build ER waiting rooms.
Yeah, and this is real life, guys. I'm not, telling you guys, I'm not trying to make it like it's, not trying to undermine it in any kind of way. I know this is my third video talking about this, and there's not much more to say. I'm just bringing you guys the videos. This is what people are talking about at this point. I'm actually out of words. I'm not about to ramble on at this end of the video at this point, so y'all just let me know what you think about this in the comment section below.
A lot of people in general are talking so much about Southerners and how we act during a storm. Do you understand? I live in southwest Arkansas. They're telling us we're going to get 3 inches of ice. We're not building snowmen. Everyone else is used to snowstorms. This is not a snowstorm. This is an ice storm. 3 inches of ice is what we're supposed to be getting in southwest Arkansas. 3 inches, half of an inch, can cause power outages for days. So we will probably be out of power for days up to weeks. I have 4 small children. I'm going to freak out. I have survival heating blankets. I have perishables. I have candles. I have ways that I can cook food. I've got tea lights so I can put them in cupcake tins and make it into a stove. I also have 2 fire extinguishers in case we have an open flame for too long. I have been seeing a couple moms go to Dollar Tree for storm prep for the kids to get like coloring books and puzzles and little flashlights and pop-up lights and everything else, and some kind of snacks and canned foods. I will be doing that on my lunch break, and I will be taking y'all with me. I'm scared.
When you guys said that the job market was cooked, I thought you meant like 6-figure jobs. Tell me why I just got rejected from a job at Macca's. No, I don't think you heard me properly. At Macca's. I have a bachelor's degree. I went to uni for literally 4 years. I thought going to uni was the answer, but no. In this economy, if you do not have a direct relationship with the CEO of the company, you're literally cooked. So I have been auto-applying on Sprout for the last 3 months now in hopes that I can get a job that pays at least $25 an hour. And I'm finally getting some interviews. But anyways, moral of the story is, if you have a job in this economy, please literally just keep it because it is so rough out here.
Now we have to talk about the unemployment numbers that are coming out on the news, on the media, that you're seeing everywhere. Everyone is saying that things are good, unemployment rate is down, there's creating a lot of jobs, but that is actually not the case. If you actually go to any of these job boards, you apply to jobs, you're probably not going to get a response unless you submit thousands of applications. That is the reality of the job market today, and the media really does a good job of hiding all of this data. We've seen towards the end of 2025 where they've faked the job numbers, where they said it was like about 100,000 jobs created, but in reality it was only like 10,000. And we're seeing a lot of people struggle in the market right now. Not only are there a lot of fake listings designed to collect your data and sell it to third parties, but a lot of these companies are also creating fake listings to make it seem like their companies are growing. And also, since we're in a huge AI automation era, a lot of these companies are doing mass layoffs, adding more candidates to the candidate pool, and trying to reduce the workforce as much as they can to save money. Now, I want to hear from you guys. Let me know in the comments down below what you think, and take a look at the rest of these stories.
Okay, y'all, I'm watching Fox Now, and Fox Now just said unemployment rates have reached a 4-year high. So they saying during this presidency, we have lost already over 68,000. I think they said jobs already, and they're saying unemployment is at its all-time high in 4 years. Now, I can see this being so. Fox News is definitely telling the truth because a lot of jobs definitely have been lost. Our household definitely has seen the change. And you can't argue with statistics and facts and numbers. Numbers tell everything. So I just wanted to say that. And I don't think it's any better than Biden. I don't think this administration is any better than Biden. Honestly, I don't. And you can argue with your mama about that. But, baby, this administration, this first year, it's been a tad bit worse than Biden administration. So we're going to give it the 3 years and we're going to see. We're going to give it the 3 years. We're not going to go ahead and just write it off on the rest of the term. I'm going to give it the 3 years a chance and see what comes from this point, which is this year, okay, on down the next couple of years. And we're going to see how that turns out.
So the jobs report just came out and they reported a 4.6% unemployment rate. And I don't know about anyone else, but I feel like I have been gaslit by this unemployment number for years and years and years because it does not accurately represent what is happening in our job market today. Because what this unemployment rate does represent is a couple things. If you are out of work and if you are actively applying for work, that's what this number represents. What it does not represent are, underemployed people that are working part-time. Maybe you picked up a part-time job in the meantime while you're looking for full-time work. You do not count. Maybe you went back to school, maybe like me, like I was in school all summer. I wasn't actively applying for a job, but the goal is to get full-time work again. Or maybe you're taking some time off. Maybe you haven't actively applied for anything in the last 4 weeks. You are not included in this number. However, if you count all these people in this other bucket, this number is actually more upwards of 8% rather than 4.6%. So this is a more accurate number of what actually is happening in the job market today and how many people are actually looking for full-time work.
This shit's so annoying, bro. I got laid off last May. It's a new year. I'm applying to all types of different jobs. I was working as a researcher. I can't get no research work because that whole fucking industry, UX research, basically fucking collapsed in itself. There's like 10 roles that everybody's applying to, junior roles that senior niggas is applying to that I'm applying to because I'm senior. It's fucking stupid. Then I look at fucking retail roles to work at a retail fucking shop. Can't even get that job because they want niggas that is lifetime retail niggas. No disrespect to lifetime retail niggas, but I was working corporate shit. I was a researcher. When the fuck was I supposed to get experience doing retail, nigga? I can't even get that job, so what the fuck am I supposed to do? Kill myself? That's what y'all telling me. That's what y'all telling me. That's what you communicating to me. Because I can't get a job nowhere else. Fuck am I supposed to do? Fuck me? Fuck, I guess it's fuck me. Like, what the fuck, dog? This shit's so stupid, bro. I actually hate this shit. Unironically, this shit is the worst, stupid shit ever. What do you mean? I can't get a junior research job when I'm a senior fucking researcher, nigga. What? I can't get a retail job when I worked as a fucking... I worked in food in Times Square and shit like that fucking decades ago. This is not fucking rocket science, nigga. You telling me to work retail? I need arcane magic, wizard knowledge, nigga. What are you saying to me right now? What are you saying to me right now?
I said before, because of the current economy, having a job is now seen as a flex because we keep seeing different challenges pop up from this. First, it was the I'm too employed to understand this challenge. Then it was the post or flex your job challenge. I don't know, it was something crazy. But what I really meant to say was having a job is now seen as a luxury. It is now seen as a luxury to have the most basic thing that you're supposed to have to live. And that's a very bad thing because now people feel like, well, you guys don't deserve jobs. You guys don't deserve this. You guys don't want to work. But realistically, everyone should be able to find a job and get a job because everyone needs money to survive. We quite literally live in a country like that. There is no way to survive in this country if you don't make some kind of money. And so when they begin to make things that are very basic, like getting a job, become unattainable, it is now seen as a luxury instead. It's done on purpose. The system is being built like that on purpose. So when I said having a job is a flex, that's what I meant. Because it's now seen as a luxury to have a job, because people are looking at it like, well, not everyone's entitled to a job when everyone should be entitled to a job. You quite literally need a job to make money.
Yo, how do I explain to my parents that getting a job does not take me just walking to the damn office and handing them my damn resume, Mom? Told my dad I've been struggling with getting a job. He tells me, oh, have you considered just going to a bar and like networking? Networking? Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna find the owner of Walmart sitting around at a local bar in Houston. Now, I low-key did find a method. I started auto-applying on this little app called Sprout, and I actually have hope now. I might actually get a job. I don't know what's more sad, the fact that I can't get a job or the fact that I'm excited that I might get a job. Am I too excited? I need a job, bro. No, yeah, this job market's cooked. Hopefully 2026, there's like a full 360 and like.
So you know how the job market has been really bad in the last 5 years, but every time you look up what our nation's unemployment rate is, it's always like 4%. That is because our unemployment rate is not really real, and it's kind of corrupted and manipulated, and this started in 1994, this thing called U3. U3 is an intentionally tighter definition of what unemployment is. Main restriction is it counts people with no job, but they have to be actively applying. Even if you're working 1 hour a week, you're considered employed in U3. U6, which was the old version and what I was taught in school in like 2009, is the broader landscape, right? So it still includes people that are, working 1 hour. It'll count people that are involuntarily working part-time as unemployed. I say this because I know that there's specific Republican administrations that ruined the workforce. I absolutely agree with all of those sentiments. I understand. But we tend to do this thing, at least people that are like mainstream liberal, and they're like, well, and that's why the left is for the working class. Something that I've been hyperfixating on in the 90s is how much Clinton's administration in the 90s affects us today.
Unemployment is currently at 3.6%, which is considered an all-time low here in the United States. But for nuestra gente, this number is different. But for nuestra gente, it's actually at 4.3. And for my fellow Black community, it's at 5.8. The problem I have with this unemployment rate is essentially more of our community have 2 jobs, and the unemployment rate number does not include those individuals with 2 jobs. Plus, the statistic is for June, which does not reflect all the layoffs that have been happening in July. Through this article with Reuters, you can see that jobless claims are increasing, continuing claims advanced 51,000, announced job cuts jump 57%. It's happening. And guess who feel it the most? Black and Latinos. In the video that I posted about the press conference with the U.S. and the reporter had discussed and mentioned it to the spokesperson and said, when there's 7.8 million individuals with 2 jobs, how does the unemployment rate really affect and really reflect the jobless and unemployment rate here in the United States? And they responded with, we have a strong economy, which essentially we know, the working class knows that that is not accurate. When nuestra comunidad always has 2 jobs, one is the full-time job and the other one is a part-time, that's usually a cash job, right? Like, we feel the impacts of the recession, inflation, unemployment, and most of the time our families are the ones who are hit first.
Thank you. You don't need to be sorry. It's not your fault. But thank you. The job market is horrendous. I think when I was still at my old job as a lab tech, my dad had seen on the news that this is one of the worst times to graduate college because finding a job is utterly impossible. I want to share this journey because I like the content, I find it relatable, and I also find community in knowing that I'm not alone, and if I can make somebody feel like they're not alone, that's great. I also personally want this as a documenting journey for when I look back, when I'm done with grad school, I'm settled in my career, and I just think to myself, I finally made it. I think a lot of us are feeling depressed, anxious about the future, useless even. I know I feel pretty useless right now. I think that's because, even a year ago, I was working part-time, putting a lot of energy into my senior capstone research, I was taking full-time class. Anytime that I had a break, like on my literal Pomodoro study breaks, like I would like be studying biochem, physics, whatever, I would take the Pomodoro break and then during my breaks be reviewing papers for potential PIs in lab tech positions and applying to jobs. I mean, before that I was applying to post-bac programs and writing personal statements and things, but then the post-bac programs lost funding. So then what I had to do was apply to jobs. And so I would do that on my study break. Like I truly didn't have, there were sometimes like I would study all day on a Saturday and then I had to go to work and then I'd go to lab after to like do my senior research capstone. And now to be in this position like a year later, well, it's a little less than a year later because that was my senior spring, almost a year later, and just be like sitting here idle. And I'm not sitting here, I'm looking for jobs, I'm planning, you know, plan B, my like applications for my master's, my timeline, like how I'm gonna get more competitive. I'm, you know, applying to jobs so that I can like make some money, generate a financial stream here. But it does make me feel used. I also did everything in my power a year ago to make sure I wasn't in this exact position that I am right now. Like, sometimes life just doesn't work out. And I want people to understand that. Because I feel like a lot of people think Gen Z is lazy or unserious. I feel like a lot of us, too, are, like, genuinely hard workers and, like, want to grow in our careers and want to be useful and, you know, want to contribute. We're just in a really sucky situation right now. So if you are unemployed right now, if you are working a minimum wage job, or just a job that's not in your field and you're struggling with it or feel like you're going backwards, maybe you feel anxiety about career, know you're not alone and know that it's not all your fault. You might have done literally everything in your power to make sure you weren't in that situation, and just the way life worked out, you're in that situation right now. But we're gonna get through this together. I have faith.
So I got let go of my job that I was at for 7 years back in the beginning of December, and ever since I have been applying for jobs nonstop every single day. And I have realized that these job posting sites like Indeed and LinkedIn are just a black hole. Indeed almost has like too much, and they're like random companies I don't even know if they're real. And then LinkedIn are like, you know, like popular companies with too many candidates. And then I try to stand out and message the recruiters or message recruiters at the company or find their email, but like no one responds, which I get because you're probably getting so many of these messages, but also it's like soul crushing. So if you have any ideas on where I should be applying, like what sites or how I should find jobs, please let me know. And if you are a recruiter looking for a product manager or recruiter, talent, HR, whatever, I have random experience because I worked at a startup. But anyways, yeah, someone please hire me.
Something that should be alarming all of us right now is that the long-term unemployment rate, aka the unemployment rate for people who have been out of work and seeking work for 6 months or more, is at 26%. 1 in 4 people who are looking for work for 6 months or more are unemployed, are unsuccessful in finding another form of employment. This is absolutely awful. This is absolutely awful. We already know that there is bias when it comes to hiring and recruiting, that companies like to pick people who are already employed. They favor folks who are seeking who are already employed because they do not see them as vulnerable or undesirable. This is so incredibly alarming. People should not be having to send thousands of job applications. People should not have to be long-term unemployed for 6 months or more when they are well into their career, even if they're not, no matter where they are in their career. This is horrible. And it's not only the long-term unemployment rate, right? The unemployment rate for recent college grads is incredibly high. It is slowly lowering, but it is still alarmingly high. And we don't have the September jobs report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, but Carlyle, an investment firm, has said that jobs added right now look to be about 17,000, which is down from 22,000 in August, which was incredibly low and unexpected. It is really hard to be a job seeker in the world of work right now. This market is atrocious.
I don't know if this is going to reach 10 or 10 million. I have no clue, but here's my last shot here is I would love some help finding a job in this job market. I have been laid off now for about 8 months, and I graduated back in 2023. And even since graduating, I have not been able to find a good entry-level job into my field. I graduated with a degree in communications, and in college, I interned for the New England Patriots. I have a variety of experience stemming from education to nonprofit to retail customer service. But even with sending out thousands of applications over the past couple of years, I have found nothing. I've found nothing. Nothing substantial, nothing to support me well. And then beyond that, I got laid off 8 months ago, and I've been without work since. And I'm sending out applications. I'm based out in the Boston area, and I'm looking both in and out of the city. I'm going on multiple different websites as well as company websites, trying to send out apps, and I'm finding nothing. I'm getting rejection emails. I'm getting ghosted. I'm getting scammers message me trying to pitch me to buy services to help with the work process, or to even pitch this idea of being, sales and marketing consulting gigs, but in reality, offering $0 an hour and then telling me to go inside the Walmart and try to sell things to customers coming in, or trying to tell me to door knock in 10-degree weather. Nothing good, nothing substantial. I would love your help.
The unemployment rate for college graduates is 41% according to Feds. So you're telling me the guy who went to school, went tens of thousands of dollars in debt, is not gonna get a job? Question number one, how the hell is he gonna pay off this debt? Question number two, what the hell is the point of going to school? Question number three, why am I that guy? I'm the guy! I went to school 4 years, got an accounting degree, chose a stable major, I'm gonna go get a job somewhere. Now I'm applying for Walmart and McDonald's, and they're turning me down. This job market is absolutely fucking insane. And at this point, I'm over it. I'm trying everything. I even found an app called Sprout, which uses AI to apply directly to company websites. That's helped a lot. But yo, anything to get me a job now. Anything. If you guys can tell me anything, I will do it. Sales? Fuck!
Something that should be alarming all of us right now is that the unemployment rate is at 4.6%, the highest that it has been since September of 2021, when the economy was emerging from the height of the pandemic. Employers did add 64,000 jobs in November, which is up a little bit from October. This is still a really poor outlook for the labor market. People are struggling to find work, to maintain work. Folks are underemployed. It's a really bad time to be a U.S. worker. The unemployment rate has been at 4% or higher this entire year, and so as I've emphasized this entire year, if you have a job, keep your job. Don't go looking for work and lose your job in the process, or leave your job in the process. Emphasize security and stability over anything else right now. It's a really grim time to be a worker.
You want to know what Australia thinks of America? Here you go. Do I blame them? Absolutely not.
So I'm currently in Switzerland right now. I'm at a castle, actually. And if you want to know what other countries think of America, just listen to this. So me and my friend got in the elevator to go up to see this castle, and this lovely Swiss man and his wife were in the elevator with us. Clearly, he spoke Italian. We didn't speak Italian, but we think that he asked something along the lines of, "Where are you from?" So we were like, "America." He goes, "America." Oh. And they both kind of sigh. And then he looks back up and he goes, "Trump." And me and my friend started laughing. And the guy said, I'm sorry. But we were like, no, we agree.
If you ever wonder how other countries feel about the things that are going on right now within America, trust me, it is not good whatsoever. And I've seen many different mixed reactions. I'm not saying that is a unanimous decision across the board, but what I can tell you is people are looking at America like it is a laughingstock of the entire globe, guys. It is insane. And, you know, from booing the national anthem at U.S. events in other countries like Australia and booing, you know, different situations, guys, it is insane. But we know what is going on right now within America, and there is no justification for any of the things that are going on right now. But this is a video about how other countries view the United States of America right now.
So my parents and my sister went to Europe for about 3 weeks over the holidays, and they went to Barcelona, Portugal, Rome, Catania, and then in Sicily, where my grandfather's from. He's from this little town called Campobello. And so they went there, and they also went with my sister's fiance's mother and her boyfriend, who are from Colombia. And they, of course, you know, in Colombia, they're like, what the hell is going on over there in the U.S.? But when they were traveling in Europe, you know, you obviously spark conversations with people. And when they were asking my parents, you know, where are you from? You know, they say the U.S., and people are just like, oh, like, what the hell is going on there? What's up with your president? And I was like, did anybody say anything positive? I mean, there's got to be some people out there. Like, no one that we interacted with. Yeah. In fact, well, I know, like, my whole family, they're in Sicily. They're always, like, messaging my mom on WhatsApp, like, what's going on? Are you okay? But then they were in the little town that my family lives in, and this old man had come up, and he was barely could speak any English, but he had asked where they were from, and he was just like, Trump, like the way he said it. And my parents were like, no, we don't like him. And the guy was like, you could tell he was relieved, but he was just like, oh, yeah.
Now, to build context, guys, this video was posted before the craziness that is going on right now within the country, guys. This video was posted before they started talking about the Greenland, before they started talking about the Venezuela thing that happened over there. This video was posted way before any of these different things happened. So, yes, you already know it. Y'all know all the trade deals and the tariffs that have been going on, as well as all the other different negotiations and the way that he talked about the countries around the world. Yes, that is partially why these other countries look at us like this. And I'm gonna say it like I say pretty much in every other video, guys. America is an amazing country. America is a great, very strong, very powerful, amazing place to live, comfortable, whatever the case is. We just make some horrible decisions across the board, and the list goes on. I'm not about to pin it down to one thing. I'm just saying there's many different reasons why we're even in this position in the first place. We just make bad decisions. Let's just call it what it is. But let's finish the rest of this video.
So, yeah, that's the sentiment there in Europe. Obviously, I know couldn't ask everybody, but that was the main sentiment from a majority of the people that they talked to, which we know. I mean, I already freaking knew, but it was just interesting to hear. I know that there is one country that definitely loves our president, though. Actually, my friend used to date someone that lived in Israel, and when he came here in 2020, he couldn't go back home until he had the Make America Great Again red hat.
Yeah, and it's real life, man. I'm not about to dive super deep into that topic there, but guys, I'm not about to come out here and say that every country around the world hates America. That's not the case whatsoever, right? However, the sentiment across the world is, you know, it's very uncertain. Trust me, there is not a unanimous thing. And I'm not saying in history everybody has ever loved the United States. Of course, it has always been a sentiment behind it, but now it is deeper than others because of things like this. You see, the things that happen right now within the country, let's just let the video play. It's crazy, guys.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork? Because of your accent. You have an accent too. Where were you born, sir? Where were you born at? Put your hands behind your back.
Ramon Monero was detained by U.S. Border Patrol agents outside his home in a Minneapolis suburb after an agent questioned whether he was a citizen because of his accent.
I'm from this country. You know what, sir? Now talking to you, hearing that you have an accent, I have reason to believe that you are not born of this country. So you just mentioned accent? What country are you from?
According to Monera, agents took a photo of him and searched a system that indicated he's been a U.S. citizen since 2019. They also checked his U.S. passport card, which he keeps in his wallet, before letting him go. Monera, who was born in Mexico and obtained a U.S. passport in 2021, was detained in front of his 5-year-old daughter.
Well, she was shaking when I got in the home, and she's like, "Are you okay? That we're gonna take you? I don't want to lose you." And I'm like, "You're not gonna lose me." Even though I'm a citizen, still feel afraid because they don't care if you're a citizen or not. And especially because I know I have a really strong accent speaking English, I know I can be a target because that's, well, who are they targeting just because our appearance and because of our accent.
CNN has contacted the Department of Homeland Security for comment on the incident and to ask if agents are allowed to temporarily detain people on the street.
Yeah, literally, he came up and said, "Hey, are you a U.S. citizen?" And he asked him, you know what? No, he said out of his mouth, "I am doing this because of your accent, because you have an accent." Even though the officer, not even the officer, the agent had an accent as well, guys. Like, when are we going to draw the line? And, you know, I didn't want to dive super deep into the situation because this is absolutely a tragedy. But I think we do have to touch on the topic as well, guys. The things that are happening right now within Minnesota, I didn't think we can get any lower than Chicago. Like, yes, in Chicago, it was bad. It was very bad. But I think Minnesota has completely crossed the line whatsoever. I didn't even know we can get this low in terms of, you know, where the country could go. But this is insane, and it continues to get worse every single day. If you guys don't know, just yesterday morning, there was another incident, another shooting that happened over there, guys. And this is why other countries... This is why I say America is turning to a third world country, guys. Y'all don't listen. Y'all don't believe me when I say this, but I'm going to say it, guys. When have you ever seen people just walking around just like this with masks on? You know, people walking around, and, you know, it reminds me of martial law. It reminds me of just somewhere that you don't want to be. I thought these things happened in all these other countries, and they couldn't happen to the United States, but apparently they can. Apparently this is how we want, you know, our country to be run. Apparently, a lot of people voted for this. A lot of people still support it to this day. A lot of people still sit back and say, "Oh, this is what I voted for. Oh, this is okay," and whatever. Even after you show them videos like this, even after you show them videos of whatever, because it is a deeper rooted, guys. It's a deep rooted hate, and it's crazy. It sucks. Like I said, I'm not about to make a whole video about it. I think there's plenty more content out there about the situation. It's just heartbreaking to see that we've come this far, to be honest. But yes, back to how other countries view America right now.
10 grand for a baby.
2.5 grand.
So if you're poor, you're dead.
Ambulance call out. How much do you think that costs?
Zero payment.
Zero payment?
Yeah, zero payment.
No. Because $2,500.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
you look. Cost of childbirth.
Jesus. 50 grand, something ridiculous now.
100, 200.
Dollars.
Yeah.
The average is about 10 grand. It can go up to 30,000.
10 grand for a baby.
Well, I guess. How much is your child worth?
Yeah. Well, is that like the same everywhere?
The average is about $10,000. Yeah.
That's mad. Oh no, thanks.
Give birth by C-section, and you would like to hold your baby after you've given birth to it.
Actually, yeah, that's what you do. Yeah. You'd pay to do that?
Yes.
To hold my own child that I've been carrying inside of my womb. Like $100.
$40.
$40.
For skin-on-skin contact. 2 EpiPens. How much do you reckon they are?
$80.
$600.
$40.
I'm afraid not.
More?
More?
$100.
More.
$150.
More.
$250.
More.
Shut the fridge.
More.
£300. $600.
Yeah, and this is just real life, guys. This is what America goes to. I mean, the cost of healthcare alone is crazy. They're only talking about from the perspective of just, you know, childbirth or your everyday checkups. Yes, healthcare alone per month is thousands of dollars, guys. Like, it's real life, especially you add multiple people to the family, multiple kids. But it varies based on the situation. I'm not saying everybody's healthcare is $1,000, but what I am telling you is it is way too expensive right now. That is just what it is. But the mix of this, you add many different layers. And like I said, I'm not about to say everybody hates America. That is not what I'm saying whatsoever. But you see the growing natural sentiment of what other countries are seeing and looking at us like. From many of the videos that I just showed you guys. It's crazy, but y'all let me know what y'all think about this in the comment section below.
Nothing scares me more than coming back from New Year's break to an email that says, hope you're feeling recharged.
3 rounds of interviews, 2 coding questions, 2 logic questions, a pop quiz, and I still didn't get a job.
If this is not an indication of how bad the job market is right now, I don't know what is.
Okay, so today we have an interesting one. We're going to be taking a look at some insane job listings and demands these companies are making in today's world. They know that people are desperate for a job just to be able to try to pay the bills every month. So they require more and more from you just to be able to have the opportunity to be overworked by them. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into it.
If this is not an indication of how bad the job market is right now, I don't know what is. I was on LinkedIn scrolling and just, looking at updates as one does. And I happened to come across this role that this company had posted. And in the description of what to expect and what their requirements were, they specifically said, do not expect this to be a 9 to 5. This is for people who want to work hard. That was the first thing I was like, can you not work hard in a 9 to 5? That was my first thought. The second thing they had in their list of requirements was, if you are looking for work-life balance, this job is not for you. I'm kind of torn about that response because, for one, at least they're honest, but for normal people who want to have a life beyond work and outside of work, I just thought it was crazy.
If they're saying that before you even walk in the door, I can't imagine what it's like to actually work there. It must be a nightmare. But we're going to start off with a screenshot that is very relevant in today's world. The 2026 job market in a nutshell. Do you think it's ethical to automate people's jobs? That's a question on one of these applications now. Even if by some miracle you do get hired by this company, that probably means you're going to lose it in the future to a robot. Let's move on to another one that is becoming increasingly more common. You got to jump through hoop after hoop just to be able to apply now. A 2-minute video introduction required. As a final step for this application, please submit a 2-minute video answering prompts below. Most won't complete this step. That's intentional. In your 2-minute video, please cover why this role at Infinite Academics and why you. 1 or 2 specific experiences teaching students, your secret sauce as a teacher, and an optional teach us something in 15 to 20 seconds. I know there's a lot of people out there that are not comfortable talking on camera. I still think that I'm not the best at doing it, and I've been making videos for 15 years. So imagine pulling out the webcam and doing a little teacher prompt for 2 minutes when it's basically guaranteed that it would be pretty awkward. I asked you guys in an older video, what's the worst job listing you've ever seen? $15 an hour with a master's degree? I was told that I was overqualified because I had a master's. Mind you, I had 0 work experience. The pay that they were giving was exposure, aka $0. $14 an hour, be available 24/7 for answering service. Also, a bachelor's degree just to be a receptionist for an HVAC company. Armed guard job at $11 an hour, must have your own belt, gun, and vehicle. For casinos and bars, $11. When I first started working, pyramid scheme jobs were everywhere. These jobs expected thousands of dollars in investments. We are going to see an example or two a little bit later. Certified RN, 60 hours at $14.50 an hour. $40,000 a year as a senior cybersecurity engineer. Must have at least 10 to 15 years experience for 40 grand. Hours 8 to 5 p.m. On call 1 weekend per month as well, and on site in Washington, D.C. No remote work, and they deduct $40 a month from your pay for parking if you drive in. Oh man. The absolute worst was an analyst job in a specific field that required 5 years experience. It paid $14 an hour, required on-call, and was in Houston. It's truly amazing how many different examples and experiences people share of these terrible jobs online.
This was the worst interview of my life. I kind of got attacked on the interview because it started with, at one interview with the recruiter, and then it went to VP of marketing, and I went into it thinking of it was just going to be a casual get to know you chat, and it was almost like a presentation chat where I was just kind of put on the spot of all these metrics that I had no idea about. They're like, we want to grow by 10%. How would you do that? And I'm like, I don't even know what your business does. I had the recruiter call yesterday, and now I'm talking to you, it's very funny because I connected with the person like before the interview. I saw that they posted that they're still looking for the role like a couple days ago, and I'm just like, yeah, you probably still are if you approached it like that. And as soon as I got off the call, I emailed the recruiter. I'm like, that's the worst interview I've ever been in.
Oh, wow.
Just fully take me off the list. I felt like I was set up to fail from the beginning, and they were very kind of apologetic about it. So that was nice, but I also was just like, what happened? What just happened?
Now, to go back to that comment from you guys talking about MLMs being everywhere, we most likely have another example of that right here. Regional Partner, a one-time investment fee of $9,995. And you go down to the last bullet point, first-year income potential, $45,000 to $60,000. Year 2 is beyond $75,000 plus, though. After you gave us $10,000 just to be let into the club, who has $10,000 to give away when you're actively searching for a job? Here we have one that's highlighted hybrid work. This position is fully on-site with no remote or hybrid whatsoever. If you're seeking hybrid or remote, then these roles are not for you and do not apply. And if you're not currently located within 30 minutes of these areas, your application will not be viewed. So even though they're the ones that tagged this as a hybrid work job listing, it's 100% remote. Let me write a whole paragraph about how you have to be on site. On top of needing to be under 30 minutes away from all of their locations, some people do have pretty long commutes to their work, and even that, not allowed at all. Answer these questions from the employer. What's your home address? Another one here, provide your 10-year work history in order, including part-time and temporary, school, military, and/or periods of unemployment. There should be no gaps, missing addresses, or even phone numbers. If a company is no longer in operation, provide the last known address and phone number, or list current numbers and addresses of past supervisors. How would you know that information? Applications will not be accepted with date gaps or missing info. And do not type C resume. Just right out of the gate seems like a terrible company to work for. And we got a comment from you guys right here. They don't want employees, they want slaves. And even though this next clip is a skit, this guy is pretty spot on, talking about the corporate politics, the higher-ups, and what it's like to work at one of these places.
So as some of you already know, Jacob quit last week, and as everybody knows, Jacob has been our number one rep for the last 2 years and counting, and I wanted to tell everybody transparently what we are going to do about it. We are going to sue Jacob for $500,000, okay? And this is because of the damages he's going to incur on our business for leaving, okay? He's been the number one rep for the last 2 years and counting. Him leaving is really gonna hurt this business, and he knew that, okay? So he's already been served. It's a $500,000 lawsuit, and we're waiting to hear back. But the other thing is it's gonna set precedent for everyone here. This is what happens when you leave.
They definitely do want slaves. And here we got a couple examples of ridiculous pay for the requirements. $10 an hour with flexible schedule, 4-hour, 8-hour shifts, day shifts, Monday to Friday, night shifts, and weekend availability. So whenever they want, really. Education, a master's degree is required. And a whole bunch of other experience, 2 to 5 years as well. You're talking about $20,000 a year. Why would anybody take you seriously? Here's another one, full-time, $9 an hour. And a bachelor's degree here as well. We got a comment from you guys. Some of those offered salaries would have been decent money in 1972. And here's one that I didn't understand whatsoever. Even if you're trying to outsource the work, job types, full-time and part-time, pay up to $1 a day. And you want experience in Illustrator, Adobe Creative, graphic design, and Photoshop. I don't know. I hope that this was just bait to get engagement online and not an actual real listing. But here we go. We got one of them that you have to be above and beyond 110% all the time. 7-day work week. We will not be outworked. A players only. Only A players can hire A players. That was an interesting couple of sentences. Drive. You're hungry to do what it takes for us to win. You likely have a massive chip on your shoulder and or a neurodivergent brain. Work is the key part of your identity and fulfillment in life. Ugh. Grind. We work. Text on weekends and at night. It's okay.
Well, just the thing, Wanderer.
Something's not quite right. Something's not quite right. Who goes there? Who goes there? Who goes there? Something's not quite right. Something's not quite right. Something's not quite right.
Okay to send messages at 3 a.m. Urgency. Doing a day what it usually takes in weeks. Run through the walls to get things done. Respond in minutes or seconds. Shameless. Be extremely annoying if it means winning. Checking in on things 10 times daily. Double or quadruple text if someone hasn't responded. Call them too. Yeah, just start harassing people. That's fine. Fast firing. If someone isn't an A player, we part ways quickly. Mission driven. Make viral content as a mission sounds fun to you. Those are some sort of company making content online. Wear many hats. No job is not your job. That means you're going to be running around doing everybody else's work. These ones are just laughable, but I guess it works sometimes because we've seen a lot of examples of people posting listings like this. It's just insane to me.
Small rant, but 3 rounds of interviews, 2 coding questions, 2 logic questions, a pop quiz, and I still didn't get a job.
And we got more clips like that up on screen right now. Thank you for your interest, but it's all the automated emails that you get when you don't get the part. And it's becoming so common to go through rounds and rounds of interviews, having to do homework, basically work for them, all for them to say, you know what, we went with another candidate, sorry. Here's one that they were so lazy that they didn't even put your name or job title in their cookie cutter template email. Dear candidate's name, thank you for taking time to apply for job title, position at Garden City. After careful consideration, we decided to move forward with other candidates whose experiences more closely align with our needs at this time. You've heard this a million times before, but they couldn't take the 10 seconds to actually write your name for the email. Great. We even got one here. Thank you for applying for the position of dishwasher. And after evaluating your skills, we've determined that your background is not a match for the requirements defined for this position. You're a dishwasher. You wash dishes. This job market is brutal. Here we have an example of somebody getting a job offer and them later rescinding it through email. Following the leadership meeting yesterday, I'm writing to let you know that we're withdrawing the employment offer previously extended to you. Due to the internal review of our current staffing levels, we determined that we're overstaffed and unable to move forward with this position at this time. And sincerely appreciate appreciate your understanding. But if these roles were reversed and you turn down their job offer, they go absolutely wild. But we got another comment from you guys right here. This opportunity is not for people who need a stable, well-paying job. That one made me laugh, and I think this goes very well with the clip up on screen. From a Chevrolet car dealership, it's a privilege to work here, not a right. Just seeing that on the wall is the biggest red flag.
I vote that we make Indeed have a comment section. Because why are there companies posting that you need 8 years of experience, a bachelor's, and a master's, and it's minimum wage? You would absolutely be obliterated in those comments.
I think a great example of that is this screenshot. What we're looking for, someone that's working to learn versus working to earn. Can afford to live on minimum wage, understands the sacrifice of working at a startup. What we're not looking for, values money over knowledge. Compensation, a whopping $10.50 an hour. In today's world, another one similar, the most important quality we're looking for in a candidate is grit. A chip on the shoulder and a little bit of brokenness is also looked upon very favorably. That's the second time somebody's talked about having a chip on their shoulder when you're just working for some random company. Here's a really funny one. On the 20th of October 2017, you applied for a senior developer position involving the following tech: Python 3, Flask, and MySQL. I don't even know what that is. During the interview, it became immediately obvious that you were unfamiliar, even at a junior developer level, let alone the experienced engineer of distributed systems, as your application claimed. As a result, blank is requesting the time consumed by your interview remitted in full. Please see below for the cost incurred. Head developer, 2 hours, $110. Head of HR, another 2 hours, $100 there. And the owner, $200, for a total of $410 that you apparently owe this company. Please pay the above cost the following account. So it's completely okay for them to lie on job applications now, but if you do it with your resume, apparently you have to pay them. Here's another comment from you guys. I saw one listed in my area a few weeks ago for a secretary for a fencing company. They literally put in the listing that they're looking for a young, fit female who had a good sense of humor and enjoyed the gym. It sounded more like a dating profile than a job listing. I wanted to put this in because unfortunately we've seen a couple of those screenshots from job applications before. This is not a one-off experience. And I just wanted to go over this real quick because I have talked about it a few times in the job market videos. But what's up on screen right now, $65,000 for 10 years of experience. A pretty relatable clip to a lot of people right now. Basically like everything we've gone over so far. But then the second half of this, find a better job at SWE job, link in the comments. This is just an advertisement. This is starting to spread all over TikTok. Does not matter what niche. Hiding sponsored posts or ads in relatable videos. It's just starting to become incredibly annoying. But let's go over to this very interesting video from a recruiter.
Things I don't want to see on your resume in under a minute. An objective. I know what your objective is. It's to get a job. I'd rather see a summary, summarize your work experience. I also don't need to see your home address, just an email address and a phone number. Under your professional experience, in your bullets, when you write, I worked at blah, 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 I never, ever want to see the word I. Just take it off and just lead with worked or consulted with or whatever it is. I is implied. I never ever want to see irrelevant skills. I don't care about your volunteer experience, especially if it has nothing to do with this job. No, it doesn't make you look well-rounded. And no, I don't care about your personality. At this point in the process, I'm just making sure you have the skills to pass you on to the interview. You don't need to tell me that I can request your references. I know I can do that. And lastly, and this is the most important thing ever, if you forget everything I taught you, it's this. Save your resume as your name, Joe Smith. That's it. I receive thousands of resumes and they're all saved as resume.
Things I'd like to see on job postings: the pay rate, the hours, the schedule, the exact requirements. This had 343,000 likes. Don't put volunteer work. Well, can you hire me so I can stop doing that? I bet you want to see this though with 70,000 likes. We don't care about your personality. Job posting makes me go through a 90-minute personality test. Well, aren't you a ray of sunshine? Things I don't want to see when applying, making me manually put my work history when I'm already uploading a resume. This is why I can't stand HR. They act like you owe them something. As a hiring manager who gets the resume after recruiting approval, I do like to see volunteer work. I already feel like a number. May this recruiter never find me. This is why people hate the interview process. Moral of the story, don't send a resume to her. Things I'm tired of seeing on TikTok, recruiters acting like they read a resume. Not a big fan of AI, but I think I'd prefer it looking at my resume than this lady. Here's another experience. A recruiter called saying that I had 2 hours to accept their $45,000 offer or they'd move on to the next candidate. Felt pressured and said yes. The next day I checked the website and this role pays $65,000 everywhere else. Their fake urgency made me panic into accepting $20,000 less than the market rate. But I bet that recruiter got a nice kickback because he signed on to the job. Here's another one titled Entry-Level Business Analyst Consultant. Prerequisite, a 4-year degree in any STEM field and 2 to 5 years of work experience is required for an entry-level position. Before you apply, do us and yourself a favor. Watch the video below and Google us a little bit. We want you to actually want to work here, not just because rents do. Bonus points, if you drop the secret code word listed below at some point on our first call, you'll unlock an automatic interview. Kinda like a cheat code, but for your career. Is this basically like entertainment, a game to them? This one's a pretty crazy one. All cashiers, please note there'll be a $100 deduction for a no-show. No communication and no valid proof regarding not coming in for the shift without 24 hours notice on medical appointments and 72 hours on all other arrangements that are required, provided approval is given by management. I can't even imagine going into work and seeing that posted up on the bulletin board. We got another comment from you guys here. The craziest job listing I saw was for a coroner's assistant. 24/7, 365 on call all the time. Have to take crime scene photos, move bodies. Must be a prior cop or medical experience. $15 an hour. No pay for being on call. Completely insane. I agree.
Here's why 3 people received rejection emails from me today. I conducted 4 interviews yesterday, and 3 of those people are getting rejected, and I want to tell you why so you don't do this in your interview. The first person is getting a rejection because I asked them, tell me about your least favorite boss and your most favorite boss, and when they explained their least favorite boss, they said, I didn't like that the person was telling me what to do. I had all of these ideas and they weren't listening to me, and even though he was my boss, I just didn't like having to do everything he said, even though I thought that my way was better. And then the second one, I think that this one is probably the most common. This is the most common reason that I'm sending out rejections, is because people are messing up this question. I asked them, why are you looking for a new job? He's like, yeah, it just wasn't a good fit. It just didn't work out. I got nothing there. I can't help you there. So that's a rejection. And the third one just didn't follow direction. So at the end of the interview, I asked him, can you do me a favor and take a look over the company website and get back to me and make sure that this is something you're really interested in? Can you send me an email by the end of the day and just let me know if you want to continue and move forward in the interview process? And he said yes. And then the next morning, I still don't have an email from him or anything. So maybe he just wasn't interested, but I would recommend sending an email regardless, stating that if you were interested or not. So that person's going to get a rejection email.
But again, it's completely fine for companies to ghost you if they don't want you, whether it is the job application or you're going through the interview process, and then out of nowhere, just cut all communication, completely gone. The boss question is a red flag, and honestly, it's inappropriate. Do you hear yourself? From an HR manager, this interviewer needs more training. Mind you that this job pays $20,000 a year, probably. Asking about a least favorite boss is a total trap. Number 3, rejected you, I wouldn't doubt it. This has to be satire. Man, those candidates dodged a bullet. Notice how the questions have nothing to do with their qualifications, but rather how the new manager can exercise power over the new hires. Literally, this process is just based off vibes rather than the objective criteria. Good point. This didn't land the way you thought it would. Here we got a screenshot of somebody finally getting a job. San Francisco Bay Area finally answers. Only took 8 months. 5,200 applications. Ghosted on 4,879 of them. Rejected from 333. And after all of that, getting 1 offer and accepting it. And to go back to the last clip where you should still email the recruiter saying that you're not interested in the job anymore, well, this person got ghosted over 4,800 times to finally get a single job. Describe your experience as as it relates to this position. Do not write "see resume." What's the point of having a resume then if you're not going to look at it and you just want people to copy and paste it into your own questions? Just a complete waste of time. We got another comment here. I had an interview on Friday and asked them at the end what exactly the role is that they're looking for, as it was unclear on the job listing. They straight up told me that they're not usually hiring when they do interviews. They're just scouting for talent, to have a backlog of candidates in case a vacancy needs to be filled quickly. Wow. I wanted to tell them, thanks for wasting my time.
I had a job interview today and I just had to tell him F it. I don't want it anymore. I don't care. Because it was my 7th interview. 7. I thought I was getting the job already, but butter my butt and call me a biscuit because I'm done. Then they tell me that there's a few more rounds of interviews to go through. What am I interviewing for? To become the president? 1, this is an entry-level position and they had the audacity to ask me, do you have any more questions for us? We literally had a staring contest for the last 6 and 7 interviews. You already know my entire genetic bloodline. How could you possibly think that I have more questions for you? After 7 interviews.
These people want us to give our arms, teeth, eyeballs, and kidneys for a job who can't even pay our bills. And we got another comment from you guys here. Skilled trades are the same way. Every company wants a 5-star plumber, electrician, painter, etc. to walk into the door, but no one wants to be the company to train them. And then I found a set of screenshots with this company just working this kid into the ground. I told her I work a lot. Oh, so like 40 hours every week? Holy airball. Now this has been a trend on TikTok for a while, but if you take a look, 221 hours, take home pay $3,500. 139 hours, 182, 150. The comment section went wild. There were over 22,000 comments. Working 221 hours a week and only making $4K in the oil field is crazy. $4K for 220 hours is slave wage, my brother. There are 336 hours in 2 weeks. You work 221 of them. You're making $18.54 an hour. You could go work at McDonald's and make better wages than that. You're being ripped off for back-breaking work. If I worked 221 hours in 2 weeks and brought home $3,500, I'd quit. And I mean, there was comment after comment. But we'll finish off this video with even more scams. This happens non-stop now because of how many people are looking for work.
What if that perfect job listing for you on LinkedIn or ZipRecruiter was actually a scam? Well, I hate to tell you, but job scam text messages and fake job postings are on the rise. That's according to the Federal Trade Commission. And they are targeting the millions of Americans hunting for work and taking advantage of a slowing job market. Now, some are pretty obvious due to their unusual wording or some obvious red flags like, hey, that's just too good to be true. But some listings are nearly indistinguishable from real ones, and they are appearing on actual legitimate websites like LinkedIn and ZipRecruiter.
I was certain that it was a real job when I first encountered it on a platform that I trust to be able to find jobs.
Here's how they often work. Early on in the supposed interview process, they'll lure applicants into handing over sensitive information like their social security numbers. Some scammers can go so far as offering someone a supposed job just to get their bank account number, claiming they need it for direct deposit, while others will try to get victims to click on a link, like for a phony Zoom interview, that then installs malicious software on their computer.
So this is why I have the scam series on my channel as well. There are more scams like this that pop up every single day. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
We're literally priced out of every single life milestone.
You're working harder than ever. Everything costs more.
This might be the only shot normal Americans have left.
I'm going to live in this bell tent while I finish up the 10 by 12 starter cabin. When I tell you our grocery bill should be illegal, I am like slightly embarrassed / ashamed / appalled to even tell you what the number is. The amount of debit and credit cards that were declined were astronomical.
If it's not one thing, it's another, it's another, it's another, it's another. Like, you literally don't get a break from anything.
I'm so sick of my life. Everyone is exhausted. Post-pandemic, the world, the exhaustion, the stimulation, the rhetoric.
I feel bad for Gen Z and Gen Alpha or whoever that is, because those people have never known the old world.
I'm slowly coming to the realization that we are the generation that has to do something, and it's one of the most difficult realizations to accept.
Quite a few things feel off in America right now, and many people can feel it. They are exhausted, burned out, and stretched thin in many ways that really didn't exist not too long ago. Because of this, more Americans are questioning the system. They are redefining what success looks like, or they are quietly opting out of the system altogether.
One day, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. That's the direction we're headed, with never-ending payments and never-ending subscriptions with never-ending price increases. And now, to fix affordable housing, we have the 50-year mortgage plan. It's almost like they want to work us to death. Because to be able to pay a 50-year mortgage loan, I can only imagine they're going to need to raise the retirement age. And if we're going from 30-year mortgage loans to 50-year mortgage loans, I guess we're going to go from retirement age being 67 to retirement age being 87. No thanks. I'd rather live in this. And that's my chicken coop.
Making homelessness illegal in a country whose minimum wage is $7.25 with a median rent of $1,400 is evil.
If you are a poor, like myself, you might be asking the question, how do people have money? How are they affording anything in life? And I'm here to tell you, they're not. How do I know? I'm a barista. I am. And today, the amount of debit and credit cards that were declined were astronomical. I'm talking the highest amount ever in one day that I've had to go up to people and be like, hey, I'm so sorry. Actually, this didn't go through. Do you have another card? And then them all giving me the same answer. Oh, really? No, I don't. And then leaving. Because, like, they're just giving me their cards, hoping, praying, not checking their bank account, just hoping it gets through. So they can have a little caffeine to get them through their day. We don't have money. None of us have money, you know? They're just pretending they do, which sometimes works. Sometimes you have a few bucks just to get your coffee. Other times you don't. It was sad. It was a sad day. I also, during the holidays, this is the best tipping season. People love to tip during the holidays. And I know a lot of people feel weird about tipping. That's your business. I will tell you, it is the lowest tipping season I've ever had. And it's fine. It's fine. I'm not mad at it. I'm just letting you guys know where we stand. Economically, it's low. So if you're like, damn, I'm so poor, everyone else has money, we don't. None of us do. We're faking it, baby. We're pretending.
I got my electric bill for the month of November, and it's $300, and it hasn't even been cold yet. Last winter, I was paying up to $700 a month in the winter months. Yeah, $700. So what am I doing this year? I'm going to freeze. I'm keeping my thermostat on 55 when I go to work, and when I come home, whatever room I'm in, I'm going to turn the heat on in that room until it gets warm, and then turn it back again when I go to sleep. Because this is the life of planet Earth. You work just to pay your rent and your heat and your air, whatever the hell it is, okay? And then whatever's left, you get to go food shopping. So today, food shopping is a privilege. If you're lucky enough to have any money left after you pay your freaking rent and your utilities, you get to go buy food. There you go, ran over.
Look, if you all even give a anymore, I don't even understand why. Like, we're literally priced out of every single life milestone, from marriage and children to owning a home and moving out. Like, there's no reason to care anymore. Somebody give me a reason to give a because I cannot find one. We're literally priced out of development. We can't even afford to live. Like, why should I care about anything anymore? Except maybe 20, 30 years from now investing, because there's still a glimmer of hope for that. But we're not even living. We're not even living to live. We're just working to live, guys.
You know why I'm leaving this country? Because no one's going to do anything about this. We just found out some of the most horrific things, which if even a morsel of it is true, it's really bad. And no one's doing anything about it. So for those of you who are like, you should stay and fight, with whom shall I fight this battle? Because everyone's still, you know, boycotting Star Schmucks and and holding parades. And I'm not opposed to those things. I'm still doing those as well. But if that's all we're doing, yeah, we're just all gonna sit in this escape and watch. We are no better than the audience members at the Coliseum. If you decide to actually fight, if anyone decide, and I know, I shouldn't, we need a leader, great. There isn't one at this time. As soon as the fight actually starts and you guys decide, the majority decides to actually stand up to this shit, give me a call. I'll get on the first plane and come right back and help you out. Until then, I'm out.
Does anybody else just get like weird urges just not to be here anymore? Because that's where I'm at in my life. Like, I'm so sick of my life. And the only reason I'm here is because of my dog. What's up, bud? If I didn't have my dog, I would not be here. And it's really starting to hit me today for some reason. Like, I wish I had, I don't know, friends, family. Just over it, to be honest.
I think this is about the truest statement going on in the world right now. I think that everyone is exhausted. Post-pandemic, the world, the exhaustion, the stimulation, the rhetoric. There is this constant pressure on everyone. And I think, like capitalism, end of days kind of thing with like growth. And I'm not for it anymore. It's time to slow the down. I feel like I'm on the slow it down and catch my breath moment. Who's with me?
Does anybody else feel like there must be something real good coming, something real big coming, because all you do constantly is have warfare in your life in every single area? I know it can't be just me, because I've talked to so many people about this. It can't be. Like, if it's not one thing, it's another, it's another, it's another, it's another. Like, you literally don't get a break from anything. And it's constant stress, constant anxiety, constantly with one thing coming at you, and then you resolve that, and there's another one, then there's another one, then there's another one. Literally, people can't afford to pay their bills. It's bad in so many different areas. So does anybody else feel that right now? Like, spiritually, that like something big has to be coming, especially for the people of God, because there's no reprieve from any of this, and it just keeps getting worse, and you just feel like you get no rest, no break. Anybody else? Because it's been like this for me for a while, and I just feel like it's never gonna end. And I know it will, but one day, but it's just so discouraging and so hard, and so many people want to give up right now. Anybody else feel that way? I know you're out there. Somebody else has to feel the way that I do, because this is crazy.
This is the kind of home people love to judge, but in a housing market where a starter home is $350 to $400K, this might be the only shot normal Americans have left. Yep, it's a mobile home, not a luxury condo, not a McMansion, but it's safe, it's affordable, and it won't drown someone in debt. Everyone screams affordable housing, but when we show them the solution, suddenly they're too good for it. Make that make sense. Now, we're giving this one a light upgrade, skirting repairs, power wash, fresh paint, a little bit of rehab, just bringing it back to life, but no bulldozers needed. The inside's not great, but it's not destroyed. Most investors would walk away, but we don't. We fix it. Now, you can hate on mobile homes all you want, but you know what people really hate? $2,000 of rent and saving nothing. This little home provides privacy, storage, parking, a yard, and no shared walls with other tenants. We don't need more luxury housing. We need attainable housing. Homes normal people can own, not lease forever. Would you live here? Smart move or trash housing?
I live off-grid. I started off in a 2-3 person tent from Walmart, like the cheap $30 one. And I recently just upgraded to a 16-foot or 85-meter bell tent from Stout Tents. It's the double door version. It seems super durable, super sturdy. I did a lot of research on bell tents before picking this one. I'm going to live in this bell tent while I finish up the 10x12 starter cabin. Hopefully it'll be done in the spring. But I got this set up for the most part. Not exactly how I want it, but again, it's getting dark out. So yeah. Over here, I plan on doing like my remote job and keeping my cooking supplies. I got this beautiful antique set from my grandma that her parents supposedly thrifted. That's going to be one of my projects that I'm looking forward to. is redoing those and bringing them up to snuff, because I don't know how old they are, but they definitely need work. Beautiful, beautiful pieces though. And then I got my little side table stand thing. I'm gonna keep my books and like my knitting and my crochet projects to tinker on. And then I just got a little camping cot. Eventually, I want to switch this out for either a queen or a king, I'm not sure. And then besides, just got this extra space right over here. I do have a cutout for a camping stove. I'm not planning on getting a camping stove. I'm just gonna tough it out this winter because I don't want to drop a couple $100 on that and then hopefully turn around next year and buy an actual wood stove for the cabin. The lowest it's been is 22 degrees, and I was perfectly fine in my 0-degree bag. A little bit chilly, but I put my blanket over my head and I was perfectly fine. I do have a negative 25-degree sleeping bag coming in. Can't wait for that. Pretty much just for insurance, and I do like to be on the hotter side. But yeah, this is the long-awaited bell tent, and I'm super excited to finally be in it. It's felt amazing waking up in, and the space is just, it's a blessing. Ironically enough, it's going to be bigger than the cabin, square footage-wise, which is crazy to think, but yep.
It feels like we are in an emotional standoff in our society. Everyone needs support, and no one can give it. No one has the space for it. We're all collectively doing terrible. And as a millennial that has, I guess, lived through a lot of once-in-a-lifetime shit, the time I'm living in now feels unprecedented, and I think we're all feeling that. But I sort of say that because I feel bad for Gen Z and Gen Alpha or whoever that is, because those people have never known the old world, and us millennials are the last ones to know the old world, where despite the 2008 financial crisis and all that bullshit and 9/11 and how that changed everything, when I was a kid and when I was a teenager, I was getting older and going into the world with the expectation that more or less I was going to have a normal life, and there was never a thought about anything like this happening like it is now. However, that could have just been me not paying attention to the warnings that were there. But I do feel like everything happening now is mostly unnecessary, with the exception of climate change. That shit was always coming for us, and we were always going to pay for that. And there was always going to be consequences for the way we have lived in a capitalistic society that pretends that we live on a finite planet, and the way we just consume and produce and just make stupid plastic bullshit, and just the way we've destroyed the earth for mass farming and mass factory farming and all sorts of stuff. So there are always consequences, but I think we all are living the completely unnecessary consequences of just greed. Greed and power will be what ends humanity.
I just found out that in order to qualify for CalFresh food assistance in the state of California, you have to bring home for a family of two less than $1,758 a month. The average cost of a one-bedroom or studio apartment here in California is $1,400 to $1,800 for a tiny apartment. So if I bring home $1,800 a month, I can pay my rent and part of my car payment, and that's it, but I still wouldn't qualify for assistance with food. I currently have negative $210 in my bank account. I have no room on my credit cards. I have no money to buy groceries. But I still don't qualify for assistance from a system in which that I have paid my entire life, because I bring home more money than they determine is appropriate for somebody who needs help with food. I'm not sure what poverty index they are using. It's got to be ages old, because they're definitely not taking into consideration how much it actually costs to live here when determining if someone deserves to eat.
Does anybody else have mounting anxiety when faced with having to go to the grocery store, or is it just me? Because, like, every time I go, I know it's going to be worse. It's going to be worse. Everything's going to be more expensive than the last time. My husband does a lot of the grocery shopping for our family, so I'm a little bit insulated from it. But when I do go, it feels like I spend the entire trip being like, what the hell? How is this the price of orange juice? What do you mean coffee is on sale for $18 a pound? Wait a minute, the last time I bought this yogurt, it was 6 ounces and now it's 5.3. And I remember a couple of years ago when it was 8 ounces and now it's 5.3. Right? It's the fact that prices are going up, the shrinkflation is increasing. I went to the grocery store today with one of my kids. We had to get a couple of ingredients. She wanted to make scones, so we needed to get some heavy cream. And then there's this vegan chia pudding that she wanted to make, and so we needed espresso powder. And while we were there, we got some yogurt and a couple other things. I got cranberries so I could make a cranberry orange upside down cake. A bag of cranberries was $4. I feel like a year ago it was $1.69 and 3 years ago it was 69 cents. I filmed a video earlier today, which I haven't published yet, where I was talking about grocery prices. The Politico has this new poll that came out, like a week ago, asking Americans, what is the thing you are most worried about affording in 2025 going into 2026? And the number one answer was not rent, was not your car payment, it was not your kids' college tuition. It wasn't even healthcare premiums. The number one thing that Americans in the wealthiest nation on earth are worried about being able to afford is food. Food. In the wealthiest nation on earth, Americans, your average American, is concerned about being able to afford to feed their families. And it's everywhere. I feel like it's across the board. I've seen a number of indicators show that depending on what kind of particular grocery you're buying, costs can be up 12% or they can be up as much as 55%. Things like coffee are up 38, 40%. Bacon, ground beef, they've basically doubled. Tariffs account for a lot of the increases. Fertilizer, farm equipment, y'all, those are imported. Everything is more expensive in Donald Trump's America. When I'm spending $3 or $4 for a pack of tofu that used to be a pound and is now 14 ounces or 12 ounces, when a jug of orange juice is $8, when a carton of heavy cream is $8.50, it's just, does this feel like prosperity to you? Does this feel sustainable to you? This is what I bought today, and I spent $43.24. We didn't even need a grocery bag. My daughter and I just carried the food out in our hands.
I'm slowly coming to the realization that we are the generation that has to do something, and it's one of the most difficult realizations to accept. All throughout history, we've learned and watched some of the worst atrocities be handled by groups of people who had to stand up and do something about it. And I think we've been conditioned to be more comfortable observing from a distance than getting rid of our discomfort. Whether you are pro-life or pro-choice or pro-Second Amendment or anti-guns or religious or atheist, we are living in an era where we have to behave differently right now. We've grown up reading about all of these revolutions and all of these stories of these people fighting back against power. We've watched these movies and TV shows telling these great stories about these heroes that got together and fought the odds. And I think we are unfortunately living in the generation that has to be the people who do that. Because every single day we are witnessing more and more evil come out from its hiding place. And I know it's so easy to just hope and wait for someone else to be the first one to do something, but I honestly don't think that we have much time. We're living in an age where we can organize groups of people and communicate with strangers across the world instantly. And I don't know what needs to be done. I don't know how to even begin doing what needs to be done, but I'm willing to try and at least get people together so we can figure it out. Because at the end of the day, I have so much more in common with the pro-life, pro-Second Amendment Christian that lives next door to me than I ever will with the top 1% multi-billionaires of the world. So aside from all of these social issues that we could debate on endlessly, leave a comment and just let me know that I'm not the only one realizing this, because it's honestly a very isolating feeling when just walking around.
So how are we supposed to save money if we're paying $6,000 to $7,000 a month in childcare? How are we supposed to save any money? How are we supposed to, because there's two schools. There's the people who don't work because they can't pay that, and then the people who are paying that and then have like minimal left over. Where's the money going for college? Where's the money going for retirement? Like, I'm lucky that mine's automated and I have a cash balance account, but like, where's it going? Where's it going? How are we saving for vacations? How are we like, if we're not doing it on a credit card, how are we doing this? Where's Susie Lohman? Where's Dave Ramsey? Because these people, these fuckers have no idea what we're actually living in. They're like, well, you know, you should save up, buy a beater, never go on vacation, live with your parents. I'm like, that's not possible. Okay, so tell us how we do this. How do we save when we're giving away all of our paycheck to child care? And you know, if you have kids that are 5, 6 years apart, this is going on for 11 years that you're paying these costs. So how do we do that? I need the finance advisors, not some 25-year-olds who want it big in the stock market to tell us how to really do this. Oh, and then your taxes go up too. My taxes have gone up from $8,000 to $17,000 in 7 years. Didn't budget that. Homeowners insurance, because of all the wildfires, it's affecting us out here in Massachusetts. Didn't budget that. Like, what's going on? And then I just told you about summer camp. That's going to be thousands. Like, answer me, because I really want to know.
When I tell you our grocery bill should be illegal, I am like slightly embarrassed / ashamed / appalled to even tell you what the number is, but I'm gonna. We've been spending on average $1,800 a month for groceries. This is for a family of 4, me, my husband, a 2-year-old, and a 9-month-old. What? Now, I do want to preface a few things. We eat all of our meals at home. Like, we don't eat out. Maybe once a month we do. My husband works from home. I'm at home all day. The girls are at home. So, like, we eat 3 meals, 2 snacks at home. We do have some dietary restrictions. My whole family's allergic to dairy. One of them is also allergic to eggs. We do buy things that are like organic, grass-fed, grass-finished, whole foods, fruits, veggies, protein. I'm exclusively breastfeeding, so I do eat a lot, like 3,000 calories a day, 160 grams of protein. Husband's a big dude, like 6'4", 220. He eats 200 grams of protein. Like, we all eat really well. We eat really healthy, but I just never had a budget. It's kind of like ignorance is bliss. You know when, like, something's probably bad, but you just ignore it because, like, ignorance is bliss. You just, like, if I don't know, then I don't know. Well, I know now. I tracked the last 6 months, and that's, like, on average how much we were spending. And I just buy whatever because I can. And I'm grateful for that. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. So each week I'm going to focus on meal prep, meal planning our stuff out in advance, shopping our pantry. And I should say this, but we already do those things. Like, but I just never paid attention. Typically shop at like Walmart, Costco, Target, Pick and Save. Those are like our 4 big ones. Most of it's at Walmart. But some of the dairy-free things that I need tend to be more expensive, and you can't get them everywhere. So sometimes I kind of have to hunt for those. But my goal for this month is to spend $1,000 and see how that feels. I don't want to set like a specific goal and like get discouraged. So I want to see how that feels over the next few weeks if it's realistic. Really, I would love to get to 800, but we'll see. This is prioritizing protein, fruits, veggies, whole foods, eating at home.
Something is deliberately wrong with the way work and money feel in America right now. Think about it. You're working harder than ever, everything costs more, and the ground beneath you feels thinner every year. This isn't poor planning. This isn't your fault. It's extraction, engineered and refined over decades. No one mastermind planned it all at once. It happened gradually. Big money bought the rules it needed, little by little. Loophole by loophole, merger by merger. Behaviors that extracted the most were rewarded with billions. Behaviors that actually protect people were starved out. I'm not anti-capitalism. Real capitalism, fair competition, rewards for creating value, markets that serve everyone. That's not what we have. What we have is a rigged version that turned capitalism into an extraction machine. Now it does one thing perfectly: pull wealth upward. It's not workers versus owners anymore. Business owners are being bled dry too. It's all of us against this system. Look at the mechanisms. Tax codes written by lobbyists, your wages taxed immediately and heavily. Their wealth sheltered, deferred, and taxed at half the rate. Private equity vultures buy good companies, load them with debt, strip the assets, fire the workers, raise prices, and then walk away richer when the corpse collapses. Products engineered to break so you buy them again. Jobs tracked and optimized until burnout feels like your failure. Wages calibrated precisely, high enough to keep you from revolting, low enough that one emergency wipes you out. Apps harvesting your data and attention and selling it back as ads and subscriptions. Money printer, reserved for the connected. Trillions when their markets wobble. Lectures for you when you can't afford rent. This isn't freedom. This isn't efficiency. This is organized theft wearing the costume of markets. It's killing our health, our family, our futures. We've been told this is normal. It's not. Stop pretending. See the machine clearly. Name the theft out loud. Once enough of us see it and understand it the same way, we can decide what comes next. If you're ready to stop calling this normal, comment, I see it. We begin with agreement.
So many of these stories are becoming a reality for a lot of Americans. It's sort of a new normal, and we have to ask ourselves, if this is what normal looks like, should we accept that? Should we keep chasing a system that keeps moving the finish line? Things that were good enough before are really not good enough now. People used to be able to plan for retirement. They used to plan for a home, plan for children, plan for climbing a corporate ladder. Whatever it is that their goal was, a lot of things are just so out of reach now because they're becoming less and less attainable. Things are not the same like it was before. Things are increasingly harder and people are feeling the pinch more and more. They are being crushed by these pressures that are constant in our society. So again, should we keep chasing a system that keeps moving the finish line, or is it time to maybe rethink what freedom, stability, and success look like in America today? Let me know what you think down below in the comment section. I really would love to hear from you. Also, check out our new podcast. My husband and I have just started it, the New Exodus podcast. I'll put the link in the description box below. Thank you so much for everybody that's been joining us. We really love being able to connect with you guys there on that podcast. So thank you so much for the comments there and just all the feedback that you've been giving. We really just enjoy reading that and building a community over there. So thank you again for being here. I really do appreciate it. And I hope to see you also at the New Exodus podcast where we can get to know each other even better. And until the next video, take care.
My company was affected by 2 layoffs in the last year. Fortunately, I've survived both layoffs, but a lot of my colleagues did not. If you're working in the tech industry right now, there's a good chance that your company will do a layoff if they haven't done one already. Here's some tips on how to prepare. So before you start to panic, the first thing you should do is check on your company's financial well-being. If your company is public, you should be able to readily find this information. If it's private, you can usually find out through company internal all-hands or staff meetings. If your company's growth is stagnant or even declining, this is when you should probably start thinking about preparing for potential layoffs. First things first, make sure your resume and your LinkedIn is updated. You may not have updated your resume in a long time, and this could be a really good chance to update it with all of the skills you've gained in this current job. Also make sure your LinkedIn is up to date and also open to new opportunities. That way recruiters can see that you'd be interested in talking about new jobs if they do come along. It could also be a good idea to draft a generic cover letter. Go to part 2.
The biggest question is, how are people preparing for mass layoffs that's already occurring in 2026? Now, the first one, of course, is trying to save as much money as you can. Most Americans don't have an emergency fund saved, and that is probably the most important thing that you can do in this economy. You want to have as big of an emergency fund as you can. A lot of people say save $1,000. That's not going to be enough. You want to have at least 6 months worth of expenses if you can, and a lot of people just aren't able to reach that number. But that's really what it takes to feel comfortable in this environment, especially since mass layoffs are underway and anyone can lose their job at any moment. And you also want to, even though the job market's bad, you want to continuously apply to other positions just to see how the market is doing, seeing what you can get. Maybe you're going to get a higher paying job, But it's really about testing the waters and then trying to keep yourself open to new opportunities if you're able to. But my biggest tip is definitely save as much money as you can, especially during this recession. It's very tough out there, and I want to hear from you guys. Let me know in the comments down below what you think, and take a look at the rest of these clips.
If your company is going through a merger, or hiring slowed down, or they're cutting costs, chances are layoffs are probably coming. But you can be prepared by listening to this video, and it's kind of long, but do stick around. I'm Vanita. I'm the host of Laid Off to Lift Off, where people tell their layoff stories, where they are now, and inspiring advice to help others. Layoffs can happen to anyone. Yes, you, the high performer. Yes, you who got stellar survey results. Yes, you who were recently promoted. You can get laid off. But you can equip yourself with tools and actions that can put you in a much better place than most people. Number one, get brutally honest about your finances. Start creating a spreadsheet of all your expenses and itemize it by the frequency of when you pay those bills. So is it monthly? Is it biannually? Is it annually? Give it an estimate of how much you usually pay. Then take an inventory of, if I were to be laid off, what can I cut? If you can, cut it now. You don't really need it. That gym membership you never use, how much are you really doing in takeout? Do you really need yet another subscription service? Probably not. 2, buy your own laptop while you're employed. It hurts so much less than when you're not employed. I had to drop $800 when I was laid off for a new laptop, and it hurts so much. Don't be me. And stop doing personal stuff on your company laptop. Your access can be shut off right away. Buy your own laptop now. 3, update your resume and optimize your LinkedIn. You could even change the settings of your LinkedIn profile so nobody sees that you're updating your profile. Get notifications about it. Ask for recommendations from past and present colleagues of yours. Optimize your LinkedIn headline using keywords for roles that you would want to be in. Make sure that your About Me section is filled out. Then you can also update your resume. You can go to my Stand Store and get my very own resume template that helped me land my job that I have today. 4, start networking. Reach out to at least 10 people in the next couple weeks on LinkedIn in the positions that you want to be in. They are much more willing to help you by just having a discussion. People will love to talk about themselves and how they got to where they are. So reach out to them, say, I just want to have an informational session with you. I want to learn more about the company, about your work, about your team. I eventually aspire to be in the role that you're in. You never know what connections they may have. If they are recruiting for a role, they might keep you in mind later on. It is so important to get outside of your bubble and stop being so comfortable. 5, apply to jobs, because it is rough out there and it's very important to know what you'll actually be facing. So get comfortable with the application process. If you get a call back from a recruiter, take it. Practice your interviewing skills. Practice those typical questions that they ask you. You can also get my interview guide with the most commonly asked questions on my Stand Store. But these are all important things that I wish I had done early on before I was even laid off. So 1, get brutally honest about your finances. Buy your own laptop while you're still employed. Update your resume and LinkedIn profile. 4, start networking. And 5, apply to jobs now and get familiar with the process. Equip yourself before it actually happens. You will thank me later.
Mass company layoffs are a systemic issue. It is not your fault. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to speak at Rise, a free community for job seekers, and I've been following Giovanna's journey since she started discussing the realities of job searching in this job market in corporate America. So it was definitely a line that I got to talk in this community. But I talked about this identity gap and boundaries that job seekers can still have even when they feel like they don't have choices. Because what happens is when the choice is made for you, meaning you didn't decide to walk away, they made that decision for you. If your identity was tied to your work and that's gone, you have this identity crisis. But you still have the power to choose what it is that you want to do moving forward. And what most job seekers do, they apply to roles that feel safe. They apply to roles that they've done years before, that are less money than what they were currently making, and they contort themselves into what they think is available versus thinking, what do I actually want to do next? I have the power to choose what I want to do next. And so it was a really great conversation. But I had my one-on-one clients today, and everybody struggles. They know what they're supposed to do. They say they want remote, but they apply to hybrid roles.
They say they want a project manager role, but they apply to program coordinator roles, right? We all do it because it's familiar, and that's our nervous system trying to keep us safe. So before you go and apply to any role, I just want you to do a check-in with yourself. Is it aligned with the type of environment that you need, whether that's remote, hybrid, in person, whatever? And is it the salary that you can maintain your lifestyle or grow your lifestyle into? Because a lot of people make the mistake of chasing job titles. They don't mean anything.
Hi, there are 5 things I learned from the mass tutor AR. Number 1 is do not tie your self-worth to the company. If the company suddenly decides to change direction, this is not the thing you can control. What you can control is how you develop your skill set. Build a good relationship with your manager and peers, because if one of them leaves, the network will help you to find the next job. Number 3 is very important, is to make sure you have enough savings. So I make sure that I have 1 year of saving in case of some emergency like this. A layoff happen, I won't be panicked to find the next job. Number 4 is build another revenue stream so that you're not dependent on your job. That, for example, is invest in ETF, start a new side hustle, or invest in yourself. If you find this content helpful, follow me for more. See you next time.
Amazon's planning to cut 75% of its U.S. workforce by 2033. And right now, Amazon employs over 1.5 million workers in the U.S. So if it succeeds, that means over 1 million job losses just from Amazon jobs by 2033 in the U.S. And you can imagine that if Amazon succeeds, and it already, by the way, is succeeding, it already has pilots of automated warehouses delivering goods to people. So this is not like some distant future, this is happening as we speak. If it succeeds, other companies are going to follow suit. So that's not just 1 million job losses, that's millions of job losses in similar jobs that can be automated across the US. This is happening right now, and if you're a person who works, you need to start making plans for this, because the jobs that we have today are not going to exist in 5 to 10 years' time. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because some of those jobs kind of suck. A lot of those Amazon jobs led to repetitive strain injuries. They weren't that well paid. They didn't necessarily have the best working conditions, but they were jobs, right? So if you are someone who's worried about their job and their career future, here's 3 things I would recommend doing right now. The first is start thinking about starting your own business, because I really think these big corporate jobs that we came to rely on for the last 100 years are no longer going to be the future of employment. Big corporations are going to be the first and the fastest to automate as many of their jobs as possible, because they are incentivized to cut costs wherever they can. That's their actual job to their shareholders. So they're just doing their job. Like, we can't blame them, because that's what they're set up to do. We need to change our own habits and where we look for jobs and how we consider our own employment. So the first thing I would think is, what can I start today as a side hustle to start making a little bit of money that I can, over the next 5 to 10 years, turn into my own business? And that could be a great thing, right? Because we all have passions, and right now is really a time to lean into your passions and your dreams, because these big corporate jobs that used to be, okay, you're trading in your passion for stability, the stability's gone. So you may as well follow your dreams, as they say. So that's number 1. Figure out a side hustle that you could long-term turn into a career. The second thing I would do is figure out what skills that you have or can develop are actually going to be relevant in the future, because I think a lot of skills that we use for work today are not going to be relevant in 5 to 10 years' time. Think about what tasks that you do today are automatable and what tasks are very human-centric and you think would still exist in a world where automation is way ahead of where it is today, and lean into developing those skills within yourself. So for example, for me, I studied law. There's a bunch of things from a law degree that I think are going to be completely irrelevant in 5 to 10 years' time. I think researching precedents and building research on case law, all of that stuff AI can do for me. Due diligence on documents, a bunch of that stuff, a bunch of the stuff that involves using my brain as a computer and just speed reading documents and doing due diligence on them. I don't think that's going to be relevant anymore within 5 to 10 years. What I think is going to be relevant is my communication skills, my networking skills, my negotiation skills, sort of the soft people building skills that I have from my law degree. So I'm leaning into developing those over the next 5 to 10 years. Think about what that is for you. What are the skills that you have that are going to survive this period, and what are the ones that you think actually probably a robot could do this better than me if we had good robots? And then the last thing I would do is support small businesses. So you vote with your money for the kind of economy that you want to have. You have money to spend in this economy, and whenever you spend money, you are distributing resources towards a certain outcome. So if you buy everything that you ever buy from Amazon, you are giving Amazon the resources to automate itself and then replace your job. Like, that's literally how it gets the money to do that. All of us at scale buying everything from Amazon. And meanwhile, your local economy is struggling to survive because the shop that's like 5 minutes walk away from you doesn't get any footfall because everyone's sitting at home ordering things online. Invest in your local economy where you know that money is going towards caring for your community, and invest in small businesses that you know have good values, pay their workers a decent wage, are like looking after their communities and their environments, and start building a locally focused economy with whatever resources you have, right? Like, I understand everyone's stretched for money. I understand you can't buy everything organic, local, but think about what you can, where you can make better purchases, and where you can stop buying from huge conglomerates that, like, the products aren't made in your community, the jobs aren't going to your community, and you're like throwing your money towards an outcome that doesn't care about you. So think about those things, and I think it's gonna be okay, but the economy is gonna shift a lot over the next 5 to 10 years, and there are things we can do to be more prepared for that, and I would really recommend you start thinking about that today. Okay, love you.
I just got laid off. I was laid off from my outpatient job, and I was working in a NICU follow-up clinic. I have never experienced something like this before. So I'm doing what any sane person would do, which is I'm eating French fries, waiting to go into Hobby Lobby. I will say I'm very thankful that I work per diem. I do have a second job that I'll just pick up a little bit more at. I don't have benefits through this job, so I'm not taking a hit as much as a lot of the other nurses are, but whoa. I have a lot of feelings about this. I think the biggest one I'm feeling, though, is disappointment and I'm a little bit angry. This is the first time where I have seen with my own eyes that we treat healthcare like a business. Sucks because at the end of the day, the people who are suffering this layoff the most isn't me, it's not the nurses, although yes, we are suffering, it's the kids. And that's what I'm having such a hard time understanding is, why are we doing this when we know the detrimental impact it's going to have on the patients who are the children?
In this economy, you can't afford not to prep for a layoff. Hi, my name is Bethany, and I am a personal finance girly who doubled her income in 4 years and has a 6-figure net worth. And yes, I've been laid off. If you work in a job or an industry where layoffs are common, here's what you're going to do to prep for it. Your first step is to have an emergency fund with 3 to 6 months of living expenses. Unless you work in an industry where you know for a fact you'll be able to get a new job in a month or two, I would actually recommend you go on that higher range of that 4 to 6 months. This additional runway can help with peace of mind and your ability to be very thoughtful in your job search so that your next position is right for you and is a fruitful career step as well. Prep your job search basics. This is going to include having your resume updated, making sure you're including your most recent performance and your metrics on that resume. Also, make sure you do some research and have a couple of companies or job titles that you would be interested in getting if you were laid off so that you know where to begin your job search. Know your state's unemployment information. Know where the website is. Know how much money you would be possibly getting from unemployment based on your current salary. Know when you have to submit your application for unemployment in order to get the max amount. Getting laid off is incredibly stressful, so having some of these things prepped ahead of time will decrease your stress and also increase your chances of getting a new job sooner.
It is so stinking messed up how these big, stupid companies keep completely screwing over their workforce in order for them to make even more money than they currently do. So, perfect example, I was talking to one of my friends today. She works over at DoorDash, and she was telling me how her and pretty much the whole sales team over there right now is just getting completely screwed over.
And it's a long, complicated story that I don't know all the details of, but pretty much what it sounds like is happening. People are just getting screwed over from hitting their quotas, screwed over from getting their commission checks and their bonuses, and even people getting screwed over that they might get fired because if you don't hit your quota, you're at risk of getting fired. But what this really is just another backdoor layoff situation where the company apparently needs to downsize, which I don't quite understand. And instead of laying people off and paying them severance, they get their employees to hate them, so they go and quit on their own. Because if we thought layoffs were bad, like this is like one step farther that is just like so freaking screwed up. That you just make your company so unethical to work at that you just want all your employees to quit.
This is very important to talk about because a lot of people miss the signs. Number one, we're going to get straight into it. A lot of people won't know this because they're not on the hiring side of their company, but you can also look online. If hiring freezes, that means you don't see any new job postings from your company up on job boards or where they normally post jobs. Start documenting, right? Hold on, what's going on here? Number two, if you see those little guys in suits that probably says McKinsey somewhere on their bags or something, consulting firms coming in, assessing restructuring that you've heard in company-wide meetings, you may want to say, hold on here. And number three, on notes of meetings, if you stop having like individual, like one-on-ones or team meetings, your executives are trying to detach. It's easier to like break the news if they haven't talked to you like the day before, you know? Time to start, like, noticing.
Most layoffs can feel overwhelming, but you can take control of it. Process your emotions. It's normal to feel shocked, angry, or anxious. Give yourself space to acknowledge your feeling, but don't let them stop you from planning your next move. Review your finances. Calculate your runway, savings, severance, unemployment benefits. Cut unnecessary expenses temporarily. Prioritize essentials while planning your next steps. Update your professional profile.